Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the OSC King of the Hill, week number 213, your weekly dose of OSC King of the Hill StarCraft. I'm of course VIP, with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by our plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to something a little bit different. It's been a while, to be honest. It's been a while. Shout out to Steadfast, by the way. Steadfast has been covering this event for the past couple of weeks, couple of months. So it's been a while since we've jumped into the ring for some OSC, but we are here, we are back, and we are jumping right into we are jumping right into our best of one match. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue we have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is the current King of the Hill, Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hydra. Here we go. We are here. We are back. Oh my god. There. What are they singing? I didn't even know. Oh god. Jeez, I don't understand the memes, Pappy, but they're singing something. It's through a sandstorm. But if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of one. Best of one, not a best of three, as we typically do feature. Again, this is a best of one King of the Hill style format. I don't understand these goddamn zoomers. I'm shaking my head, man. Shaking my head. But yes, of course, this is a King of the Hill style format. Best of ones, pure best of ones, winner stays on, loser is eliminated, and we have 15 matches. 15 best of ones are available here to us here tonight, and we have our first PvP of the broadcast. I'm sure the first of many. Oh boy. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look at the bracket yourselves. Currently the bracket is of course empty, but we'll be slowly filling out said bracket over the course of the broadcast as we do open up with a proxy pylon. Hydra being a little bit cheeky here. We'll be hiding, I would imagine, a Stargate. I would imagine there. No, actually, never mind. Oh my god. Never mind. We're going to be going for a proxy robo, not a Stargate. Now, this proxy robo is very far away. That's why I assumed Stargate, right? I assumed Stargate, I assumed to harass across the map with an Oracle opener, but no, going for the Robo instead. This is going to be an interesting one. This looks like a proxy Robo War Prism just to harass with the depths into the main. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Jumy, Stargate on one base, yet to expand. We'll be going for a delayed expansion. Adepts do arrive, they shut down the initial scouts, and Jumy, he has not even probe scouted, by the way. Oh my god, he has seen nothing. This is very greedy. Very greedy here from Jumy. Now Jumy does move out with a probe as well towards the right hand side, not to scout but to throw down his own. Okay, no, he's going to be scouting. He's going to be scouting here just in case there is a proxy here on the right hand side of the map. Adepts move out, stalkers as well. They do bypass each other actually. Adepts, they make their way past the stalkers. Stalkers, they will keep up. They will take notice. And yep, there's that prism. There's that prism here again to go into the main base, harass in the mineral line. And before I get ahead of myself, of course, during the downtime, during the countdown screen, a big shout to Morituri in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 17 months, Pappy. Oh my god. That's a lot of months. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Adepts, they come in, they scout, they confirm no expansion. There is no Nexus. There's a pylon to block off, and we're all in. We're going for a full all in here. So one base all in at a Hydra. Meanwhile, we are indeed proxying Immortals. I just assumed it was going to be a Prism just to reinforce and just to juggle into the main. But no, we are actually going to be rallying Immortals from across the map. Let's go. Oh, Jumy, he's crazy. Ninja base? Ooh, we don't need a ninja right now. We don't need a base right now. We need an army. We need a defense. But bold move here. Oracle into the main base, going for the stasis trap. Alas, the reaction, no reaction, late reaction. Catching the entire mineral line at the same time. Hydra busting into the main, does drop off, does bust in. No shield battery. Oh, no, there is one. There is one further back. Shield battery is ready, and with that, Jumy will defend. Jumy, he will shut this down. He will focus on the prism. Oh, the prism goes down. The prism. GG. And with that, Jumy will take aim number one and maintain his crown and his throne as the King of the Hill. GG. GG back. Yeah. GG, well played. It all came down to the one base all in, to the proxy, to the robo into immortal production, sorry, prism into immortal production, and unfortunately Hydra did overextend going into the main base. He did overstep and he lost everything. Lost the prism, lost all the units before even embracing the immortal opener. Remember, Jumy was crazy, papi. Hold on. But yeah, Jumy, he was going for a ninja base. He didn't even probe scout. Like, a very risky play there by Jumy, but hey, it worked out, paid off. GG. Oh no. GG. Okay, apparently they were singing "Rise Up, Dead Man." I'm not gonna play this because I don't want to get caught by copyright, but. Let's go. Oh wait. No, not Rise Up, Dead Man. What is it? Yeah, there you go. Apparently it's part of the soundtrack of a game called Hunt Showdown. That's what they were talking about. Competitive FPS. Release 2018. Okay, it's such a niche reference, papi. Ay, ay, ay. But okay, there you go. There you go. The more you know. We'll listen to it later. What happened to the prism? It died. That's what happened. The prism did go down. We did the zoom. I did the face palm. It was off cam. But, trust me, though, it happened. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, with that, Jumy does take the first win. Jumy does take the first win here. And we'll see who will rise up next to challenge El Jumy. Let's go. Let us go. As a reminder, best of one. These are going to be best of ones, of course. We have 15 players lined up. 15 players that are lined up here to face off and try to bring Jumy down. Jumy is the current king of the hill, and we'll see how long will he reign. How long will his reign last? Let's go. As I see someone logging in. We might be featuring a Zerg player. A rare sight here. Are we going to be featuring a shark from the sea? I think so. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Up next, it is going to be a PvZ between Jumy and Demi. Vámonos, vámonos. Demi, of course, being the shark of the sea. There's of course a big history behind that. But Demi, from the Indian Zerg player, of course, did kind of rose through the ranks amongst the Southeast Asian region here, with players like me and Micah, Good Joey, and Ender, and many others. Nowadays is kind of like pseudo-retired. Nowadays, Demi, he mainly plays for fun. He plays more like a hobby. Previously, back in the day, a couple of years ago, he used to be full-time. Devoting everything to StarCraft. Nowadays, has kind of taken a step back, but still is a part of the scene. Still does compete every now and then, and always a treat to see Demi whenever we can. Let's go. It's ByuN time. Let's go. ByuN. So currently, Vita's on the way, and we will soon be jumping into our next best of one. We'll get there. 2018, but that was before those kids were even born. True. Oh god. How do they know, papi? How do they know? Jumy's going down to the Dota Master. Oh, let's go. I see Demi in the chat. Let's go. The Dota Master himself. God damn it. Demi's been playing Dota since before Jumy was born. True. It's Dota time. No. So they are just getting their match ready. Oh, speaking of, we have a lobby. Let's go. And looks like our next game is going to be on ByuN. Okay. Now the question is Jumy going to go? Sorry, is Demi going to go for the classic, for the signature Demi Ling Flood? We cut workers at like 23. It's like 21 to 23 drones. And he just Ling Flood. and then you beat Nightmare. It works. It works. Alright, let's go. Also, I didn't realize either. He's playing on a barcode. God damn it. It's fine. It's fine. I'll fix it up. Oh, never mind. he's gonna relog. He'll jump in his main accounts. But yes, Demi, again, it's been a long time since we featured him, and he's always a treat to watch. He used to be a lot more of a macro player, a lot more standard in his play as well, but in recent times, in the past year I want to say, he has been a lot more diverse. He's been a little more aggressive, a little more all-in. He's been having a little more fun. Kind of spreading his wings and taking a different approach to the game as well, and been having success, having a lot of success with it. Let's go. As it looks like we now have our players. And we are jumping into our next game. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, the current king of the hill. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Indian Zerg player representing Maturino Esports. It is Demi. Here we go. Oh, no. Go play Howda. I believe that is what the kids call Dota. See. God. Or is that in a cheese? One or the other. So far, hatch first here. Hatch gas pool are most likely out of Demi, but we'll be keeping an eye on the drone count here of Demi. We'll see if he does cut workers early. Nah, yeah. The cheese, man. Yeah. Let's go. I did have some ramen earlier, by the way. Yes. With an egg. It's beautiful. I'm sleepy. Oh god, let's go. The kids. It's been a while since I cast a Jumy on a regular basis. I miss the sprays. I miss it. I miss the memes. I miss the zooms. So now, does Scouts, we can see Jumy being as annoying as possible here, trying to delay some of the economy in the main base. Outside of that, standard opener, just hatch gas pool. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Again, Demi, at least back in the day, he was known for being the Muta King of the sea and just going into massive Muta in every single matchup and excelling quite a lot with it as well. But again, as I mentioned, in recent months, in the past year of play, Demi has been kind of deviating away from that and spreading his wings in a different fashion in terms of being more aggressive, having a lot of variety. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on him. Likewise, we expect Jumy. I mean, I was going to say we expect Jumy to play standard. That's not true. Jumy, I think I might even say Jumy might be one of the most aggressive Protoss players in Europe. Like, obviously, this is, you know, excluding the cannon rushers like ByuN or Gref, for example. True. Like, they're dedicated cannon rushers in Europe, 100%. But outside of them, like Jumy, he can play standard, he can play normal, but he's also very much so willing to go for these crazy, like, charge all-ins. I mean, for example, we saw last game. What did Jumy do? He got a ninja base. Like, how often do you see ninja bases as a response to a one base all in? So these are like the cheeky moves that Jumy does often go for, is mixing in like a cheeky charge all in or charge timing or ninja base or something along those lines. Does make him fun, does make him also unpredictable as well. To be able to pull moves like that off at the highest level of play, it is impressive. And it's not really seen too often, which is also what helps as well. Double depth towards the natural. We'll step in. So far, Demi keeping up, and he does force the shade. Doesn't quite kill the Adept. Adepts they get away. So far, Demi, he is going to be droning. Behind this, we have it already, a Robo follow-up. Now, if we were casting any other player, seeing a Robo here, I would assume Robo into Twilight Council, into a Temple Archives, into an Archon drop as a follow-up from the Stargate opener. That's what I would assume. But because it's Jumy, I can't rule out like an Immortal all-in, right? Like going into Immortal production, going into, even going into Charge behind this support, or even just the Forger +1. Adepts are going, they're going to be going down, getting through drone kills. 3 drones, there's a Twilight Council. Gateways as well, and again, I'm assuming this is for Temple Archives for an Archon drop with a War Prism out of the Robo, but we'll see. Ooh, meanwhile, no Spore. Oracle does pop off. 5 drone kills here at the natural, not bad. Lings, they will check the 3rd. Still no 3rd expansion. Yeah, Prism, Archon drop. Okay, whew. We're playing standard. Why I say that, this is like a quote-unquote like standardized build. We do see this from time to time amongst the top European players. I refer to Skillus, Showtime, Mana, of course. A lot of the Polish players are quite fond of this. There's that Temple Archives, as we mentioned, into Archon drop. This is not an all-in. We should be expanding behind this. It's going to be a delayed expansion, that is true, but there still should be a 3rd. As we have Adepts on the right, the Prism towards the left, and again, we should be moving out. There we go, the 3rd is on the way. So Jumy will expand. This is just a way to gain map control, of course. We should be warping in 4 High Templar for 2 Archons. With this, you can hunt down Overlords, deny Creep, threaten the Mineral Line, and threaten Queens as well. Meanwhile, gases are being taken. Lair is on the way. Nothing crazy out of Demi. Demi is droning, saturating. Here comes those Archons. They are morphing in. So far, Queens are in position. Nice target firing on the Prism. Nice target firing. Ooh, but one of the Queens does overextend. The other Queen as well. Losing 1, losing 2 Queens. And nice trades here from Jumy. Demi has to evacuate, has to pull away. Roaches are in production, but they're not ready yet. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Already getting 2 Queens. Already diving on another. Takes down the Overlord. Prism takes some damage, but does pull away. Oh, and is committing to the warp in. Yeah, he's committing. Remember, behind this, Jumy is expanding. Jumy is saturating, but he sees an opportunity, right? He sees a moment of weakness, and he's here to abuse. Takes down the drones, dives on the Queens, gets up, almost gets another. Prism taking a lot of damage, and the Archons, can they get away? They can. They get another Queen. 1 Archon falls, but the other does escape. Nice stasis going off, catching a Queen. And with that, looking at the trades here, Jumy traded well. Lost some Adepts, lost some Zealots, lost an Archon, but took down 9 drones, 3 Queens, 16 Lings, and an Overlord. And also denied mining, right? Denied mining here at the 3rd for quite some time. Behind this, Jumy does pull away. Demi claiming his 4th. Going for the Spire. We did mention that Demi, he was quite fond of Muta play, and here it is, once again, going into Mutas. It's what he does best. We'll see if he can get there. Ooh, Zeracle does head further in, does get a full scout of the main, does get eyes on the Spire. Aye. Does get eyes on the Spire. Is aware. Likewise, Jumy rotating over, does reinforce. He's got his 3 Immortals, his 3 Archons. He's going to be pushing here with Charge, with +1. This is going to hit like a truck. Demi, he does have some Roach Ravager waiting though. True. Thankfully, he didn't rush into Mutas. That would have been disastrous, as Mutas would not have helped. Immortals, they focus on the expansion. And Jumy, he does back off. Oh, and then Mind claims the fight. Nice force fields, locking down the Roaches, locking down the Ravagers, and Jumy, he will clean up these Roaches. Going for another warp, and those 3 mortals, they do so much at the back line. And they just keep going. The Archons are getting very low, though. Yeah, they're getting low. GG gets called. The base falls. Demi will tap out, and Jumy, he will take game number 2 and claim another win. GG. GG, well played. Again, Demi, he was trying to be a little bit cheeky there by going into the mutas. Unfortunately, because of the Scout of the Spire, that did prompt Jumy to push, right? It prompted him to move out to push. He was aware that Demi would be vulnerable, did commit across the map, and yeah, Demi just could not keep up. I mean, again, there were some early losses. There were some earlier losses against the Archon drop, and here, those Immortals, they traded so well against those Roaches. GG. GG, well played. With that, Jumy does claim another... Oh, I forgot the predictions. God damn it. Jumy does claim another win, and now we're jumping into our next game. We're jumping into our next match. Okay, hold on. I gotta be quick. As we are going to be going back to our PvPs. Up next, we have Jumy versus MinnoVK. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into our PvP, and this time, we'll have some predictions. This time I got you. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have our red Protoss player. We have, for Sasum Gaming. Our new challenger, our new would-be usurper, it is MinnoVK. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as of course we have Jumy, our current king of the hill. He's got 2 wins so far this week, and he is ready for more. Oh boy, he's not satisfied by it. Meanwhile, MinnoVK, he himself has also had some moments of brilliance in recent times. Part of me wants to be like, oh, MinnoVK, like nowadays, you know, he's more of a streamer, more of a caster, more of a content creator. He does a lot of, you know, organizing tournaments nowadays, playing in 2v2, playing in StarCraft Evolution. But at the same time, he has been actually improving a lot as a player as well. He has still been dedicating to his craft and getting some really good results. So I do believe he has it in him to bring Jumy down. But of course, Jumy, I mean, he's the king for a reason, is the favorite player. We'll see who can stop him, if anyone. For now, 2-gate opener out of MinnoVK, likewise 2-gate opener out of Jumy. MinnoVK is moving out with the probe scouts, and once again, we saw this in his series against Hydra. Jumy is not probe scouting. He's not probe scouting here. Very greedy is what I will say. This is very greedy. This is very risky play from Jumy to avoid the probe scout. We know that MinnoVK isn't hiding anything, but he could be. And Jumy, he's not really paying it too much mind. As MinnoVK does go in for the scout, he does confirm that both pylons are in the main. He does confirm that there is no proxy. Not yet. And he's here to block the expansion. Does spot the 3rd pylon. Is here to delay. Oof, as yeah, I was have to say MinnoVK Akka this break. He did not shoot first. Jumy was claiming that fight, and Jumy does kill the probe. Yeah, that should not have happened. So unfortunately, MinnoVK did misjudge that. Behind this will be expanding. Again, there's no fast tech. And as a reminder, Jumy has no idea. Like, he doesn't really know what's going on. Now he's going for his scouts, but far later. Behind this, MinnoVK going for a 2nd and 3rd sentry. Going for mass hallucinations. And we have our take of choice. It is going to be the Twilight Council, and Jumy will scout. Jumy does confirm. He is aware, sets up a proxy pylon to reinforce. Behind this, we do have a Twilight Council as well, so both players going into blink. Of course, MinoVK's is slightly faster than Jumy's, but Jumy is pushing, and Jumy, he can warp in. All right, now what do we have? So 3 sentries and a stalker and a shield battery for MinoVK. Meanwhile, we do have Jumy with extra stalkers, and of course the ability to warp in. And it comes down to the force fields. It comes down to the control. This early on, there's no blink, so Jumy can try to catch out some of these units. Loving the hallucinations to tank some shots. And again, we're waiting for those force fields. Who looks down who? Up. Again, we're hoping to bait. We're trying to bait out some force fields. We're psyching each other out. Adepts are on the way. Of course, Adepts taking Shade Pass, taking a 1-shot probes. And there's nothing on top of the ramp. Oh, there's no block from MinoVK. Uh-oh. Yeah, there is no pylon block. Adept, they shade in towards the main. MinoVK, he does react in time. Ooh, just barely react in time. Does block, does wall. That was close. Again, MinoVK is in position. Behind this, blink is on the way for both players, saturating their bases. Oh, force fields, they do catch a sentry. Yeah, one sentry goes down. Nice catch here from Jumy. Twins the shade once again. And while Jumy is containing his opponent, while he did snipe a sentry as well, expands, gets a third base, keeping MinoVK on 2 bases as well. Slowly getting ahead. I believe Jumy... Ooh, no forge. No forge for Jumy. +1 is on the way for Mindle. Mindle, he's holding well here. He can turn this into a 2-base all-in. Speaking of gateway explosion. Throwing down extra gateways, getting up to 5. Oh. They lock each other down. They trade out sentries. And MinoVK does blink in. Takes a 1, 2 more stalkers. Does ever extend for a moment though, bleeding out some extra stalkers himself. Oh, Adepts take him into the shade. That should not have happened. Yeah, some civils there out of Jumy. You just lost type here. You can see Jumy lost an extra stalker and lost those Adepts. So better trades from MinoVK. Takes down the pylon, but Jumy has the faster third and should have faster or the better economy, better saturation in a longer game. Meanwhile, MinoVK getting ready to double down. Throwing down another gateway. Getting up to 7 gateways. That's a lot of gates. And here comes a War Prism. So +1 is going to be done. War Prism's on the way. MinoVK breaks out. And Jumy's in trouble. Jumy's trying to buy time, racing back home. And again, there's going to be a window in time here with Jumy. He's down in upgrades. He's going to be down in stalkers. Currently ahead, we're waiting for the warp in. Waiting for the prism. Oh. Speaking of, slightly better engage here from MinoVK. Yeah, does get better shots off. Bullying Jumy back. Does punish. The warpins, they do not stop. Jumy, he's about to catch up in those upgrades. The shield batteries, they will help. They're necessary. Now, with the help of shield batteries, Jumy, he can hold. Yeah, that's 3 shield batteries. Putting in a little work. Sorry, 4 shield. Jesus. 4 shield batteries. Blackbear's blinking back to them. The concave still though in favor of MinoVK. Has an overwhelming army. And MinoVK looks like he should have enough. It's still close though. Stalkers are getting low. And they're going down. Yeah, the stalkers are going down. Shield batteries are putting in a lot of work. Jumy, he's holding. Yeah, very impressive hold here. Jumy, he was down in supply, but GG gets called. The shield batteries, they put in a lot of work. And Jumy, he takes the fight. And Jumy claims another win. Whew. GG, well played. Again, 4 shield batteries and the energy overcharge. Jumy, he was down in stalkers. He was down like 10 to 20-ish army supply. I'll say like 15-ish army supply. So he was down in stalkers. He was pushing into a concave as well. But Jumy was blinking back to the safety of those shield batteries. He was able to sustain himself. He was able to maintain that army. and take the better fight. GG. GG well played. Again, Middle VK was completely all in. Was all in. And with that, we're now getting into our next game, and who's up next? That's the question. Who is up next? Jumy. He's going on a bit of a win streak here. I mean, again, he's the king for a reason, papi. Oh my god. And we'll see who will rise to the challenge next. Here we go. Let's see who is up next here. Again, when it comes to these tournaments, we do have certain regulars here that we expect. It has been enough time at this point where players, they should have made it back home from Star Zagora, from traveling to Bulgaria. For the most part, I feel like players, they should be back. And I do see some players online here as well. I do see players like Sebestes lurking around. I see Goblin lurking around. I see GG Machine as well. I think I'll caught a glimpse of some others likewise lurking. So we'll see who does rise up. Likewise, we could also be featuring some Koreans as well. Right now, we've seen a lot of Europe on Europe action, but some of the Koreans, they will stay up. Speaking of, we have our next contender here for the first time, a Terran player. Okay, up next is going to be a PvT between Jumy and Moja. Let's go. Again, I love that Moja has been more active as of late. Moja, of course, he debuted, what, now a year ago at this point, maybe a little bit more than that, at Home Story Cup. He was an online ladder hero for a long time, but recently did kind of have that urge here and have that drive to go into more competitive play, to compete in tournaments, and has been having some relative success with that as well. And I was very impressed with his performance at Home Story Cup. We're here for some more Moja. We're here for it. Here we go. And it's been a while, I'll be honest. It's been a while since I've covered and casted Moja, so I'm curious to see how aggressive he's going to be, if at all, or how macro-oriented he's going to be. I think this is going to be a really nice kind of precursor to Home Story Cup. I was just referencing it, of course, and Home Story Cup is in 2 weeks. 2 weeks time, we do have a Home Story Cup towards the end of the month, and I'm sure that Moja is going to be a part of that. I don't think we have confirmed players yet on who is and who isn't going to Home Story Cup, but I feel like there are certain regulars and certain locals that we expect to be there, right? I'm referring to players like your Mojas, like your Showtimes, Lambos, Big Gabe as well, Jumy, for example. True, yeah, Jumy as well. We do expect them to be there. And looks like we have our map. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Okay. And again, PvT has been a little bit in flux as of late. We have seen, especially like, what, over a month ago at this point, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression, but since then, you know, things have died down a little bit. Players have gotten more and more used to defending against that sort of thing. So I'm curious to see how our Terran player will approach this matchup. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Moja, representing all the 8 Raxes. Oh no. And spawning in the right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our current King of the Hill. We have our blue Protoss player from the land of Germany, representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of 1, not a best of 3. So 1 game, 1 shot is all you have. Let's go. Now, because of this best of 1 format, honestly, like, cheesy players and all-ins and aggression can be quite successful. Like, you can go in with a sniper build, you can cheese out your opponent, take a game, and then bam, suddenly you're the king of the hill. So these more cheeky builds and cheeky play can be quite effective here in this kind of format. as your opponent has less time to adapt to you, as they only have one game. So that can excel. So do have a Jumy going for a gate expand before Cybercore, so a very greedy build here from our Protoss player. Going for the faster Nexus. Meanwhile, Moja back at home, single gas opener, racks, expand, economic start, CC is thrown down, and of course Jumy does scout and does confirm. So economic openers all around, at least so far. Likewise, Marine first, no SCV scout. This is a pretty common style here in Terran vs Protoss, especially amongst the Koreans, and now especially amongst, I mean, also the Europeans as well, is to just not scout, right? You skip the SCV scout, you skip the Reaper as well. This does typically mean that we should be seeing a Hellion, and typically the Terran player relies on the Hellion scout instead. The reasoning for this is that it's not very common to actually have anything to worry about early on. We should be seeing the Marine check the nearby third location, just in case there's a pylon proxied or a gateway proxied, but outside of that we should be staying at home. Meanwhile, add-on swap, we're skipping the Hellion. Okay, add-on swap straight onto that tech lab. From here we can open Cyclone, and we will delay the scout even further. Okay, fair enough. Back at home again, Twilight Council, standard opener here out of Jumy, working towards Blink. I'm assuming Blink, technically there are some quirky like charge builds or some even quirkier glaive builds, but again they're rarely seen, so we assume Blink. And so far we have 1 gate at the natural, 2 gates in the main, so 3 gate Blink out of Jumy. There's our Blink on the way. And from here, so far, very safe play. Now, we can go even safer and take gases. There we go, shield batteries on the way. We can take gases. We can go for a robo as well before the third base. We'll see how safe Jumy plans on being. So far, he has limited scouting information. Jumy, he does have the sentry, and we should be going for hallucinations soon. Until then, Cyclone has arrived. Again, Moja just, again, playing blind. Setting up back at home and getting ready for a mine drop. And again, this should be the first sign of scouting that Moja has the entire game, is the mine drop. Likewise, here comes a hallucination. And the hallucination does confirm the water mine drop. Does see everything. Oh my god. Yeah, it does confirm. Does spot at least 2 water mines in that war prism. Sorry, in that medevac. And Jumy is aware. I love that Moja, he actually pivots around and goes towards the left-hand side instead. Actually, even just keeping the drop at home. Again, he knows he got scouted. Behind this, Jumy, he did go for a third base before his gases. So he went for a safe opener, but not overly safe. Just 3 gate Blink, then bam, into the third base. Now into gases, and now into either Robo or Templar Archives. We have the answer, Robo. Meanwhile, back at home, we did to make our tech labs interesting, going into Cloak Banshee. Cloak Banshee on the way. Meanwhile, we do have the Adept shading out. No backup hallucination, not yet. Medevac drop towards the natural. Jumy's in position. Blink is ready. You can see he's trying to bait the army. Remember, he did spot the Medevac with his pylon. He's aware. And he pulls back those Stalkers to lure the Medevac in. And then, bam, he blinks forward. That'll be the plan. So he's ready with those Stalkers. Still no hallucination, which is a concern. Does have the Adept out on the map. And does have the Sentry, but again, without that hallucination scout, we're not going to confirm the Cloak Banshees. Uh-oh. Now, Cloak Banshees, they won't end the game, as there is a Robo, and there is detection. Hallucinations man moving out. Of course, if the observers are out of position, they can always recall back home. We're going into... Oh my... Sorry, my apologies. I just realized. We're going into mech fight. That's the second and third factory on the way. And we're doubling down, making more Banshees, going into Hyperflight Rotors. Hallucination does confirm everything, by the way. It confirms all the factories and confirms the Banshees as well. Now, going into Battle Mech here, I mean, we have seen this among some of the Koreans, specifically Gumiho and Ryung. They do like to mix in mech in TVP. OSC. On top of that, going into this more Banshee mech composition is more seen against Zerg players. The purpose of these Banshees, the Widowmine drop does come in. Ooh, Jumy does react, does pull away. Is to snipe some high-tech units and to harass across the map. In TVZ, they do a great job at sniping Ravagers and sniping Infestors and getting into mineral lines. Here, I would imagine something similar by also hitting those mineral lines, also trying to distract in the main bases. But cannons are being thrown down. Cannon in the third, cannon in the main. Here comes the move out, spotted by the Observer. Observer does confirm. Moja setting up, waiting for his upgrades. So we're still getting into Macfield Accelerators and Blue Flame. But again, Jumy, at least he's fully aware. Like, he's fully aware what's going on. And it should be working towards charge. Yeah, charge is done. Forge on the way. Upgrades are a little bit later here, but +1 armor is going to finish up and getting into a second forge. And so far, Jumy doing all the right things, right? He's going into a mass gateway composition, blinks into the main. Blinks into the main base. Snipe some of these add-ons, going for the Banshees. Ooh. And won't quite snipe. Oh, almost gets one. Almost not quite. Cam in the production, capping out some of these Cyclones. Oh my god. Gets a Banshee, not bad. Banshee goes down, Cyclone goes down. Doesn't deny any upgrades, but does snipe the reactor and the tech lab. So nice pickups nonetheless. From here, tanks do siege, and it's going to be a one-way trip. Oh, I say that, yeah. Most Stalkers do go down for them to escape. But this does distract, right? This keeps the Terran army busy back at home. These were nice pickups. Zealots have arrived, and this army here is exposed, but now we have reinforcements. Yeah, Moja, he does reinforce. He's ready. Not so sure if Jumy really wants to commit into this, as there are 3 siege tanks. And the Widowmines as well. Jumy claiming a 4th base, fully saturating. Not gonna lie, the Bay confused me a little bit, just because ideally Colossus aren't really ideal against mech. And it's not Colossus, it's gonna be Disruptor instead. Okay, makes more sense. Disruptor's on the way. Doubling down on Charge Archon. Again, a very cheap and tanky army is what you want here against this. Zealots did a great job just baiting out and tanking those lock-ons from the Cyclones. As you don't want them to lock onto your Archons or Immortals. Speaking of, the Archon is going to get caught out. You have brutal lock-ons. The first Archon does fall. Meanwhile, Prism into the main. Another lock-on on another Archon. Ooh, Prism goes down. Nice defense here by Moja. Jumy, he has to pull away. Again, we need those Zealot reinforcements. We need those charge lots. Moja breaking out. He's got 5 Banshees, making a 6th. Locks onto the Archon. Another Archon goes down. Again, these units, they do add up. They do stack. The value, I mean. Disruptors have arrived. First Nova goes off. Ooh, nice connection. Takes down a Cyclone. Moja does push through the center. And right down mid. Nice Nova takes down a Widowmine. More Novas available. Oh, not quite connecting. This last Nova does graze the army. Now the Disruptors are on cooldown. Meanwhile, as Moja's moving in, we have a DT counterattack. Zealots as well. Does distract. Somewhat trading. Catching up to 9 SCVs, not bad. Workers going down. Line shots on the Zealots. Jumy does collapse in, takes down the first tank. There's 1 tank left. It takes down both tanks, not bad. And now it's just the Battle Mech army. Moja does quite well. Behind the Zealots, oh, they are cleaned up. They at least deny mining though. I don't think that's intentional. They're following. I don't think these SCVs should be moving out. They're on follow here on the Cyclone. No. But Moja, not like this. I think, yeah, you can see they're following the cyclone. There we go. Now he pulls back. He does notice. He's like, guys, what's going on? Get back to work. It's like, crap, we normally pull the boys at this time, don't we? He's like, no. No, not this game, not this game. Again, Moja has to calm down. Planetary's exposed. He's going to go down. Massive pickup. Never's coming in. Oh, Moja catching out an Immortal. Not quite. Lock-ons are broken. Lock-ons are broken. Nice dive on those Banshees. Tank once again gets hardened down. Lock-ons are brutal though. Yeah, Jumy trying to chase him down, bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Bleeds out a lot of Stalkers, but behind this taking more bases. And what's important is that this entire time we've been seeing these armies trade, but what about the economy? SCVs have been going down. What about the probe line though? I mean, no damage. The bases have been untouched. The mineral lines have been untouched from the side of Jumy. So he can afford these trades. He can afford to throw away Stalkers and Zealots and Archons. And Moja cannot. He just lost an expansion. And Moja is running out of steam. He's down to 51 SCVs. Less than a 3 base economy. Likewise, he's stuck on 3 expansions. On 3 CCs. And he's just being overwhelmed. He's just being overrun. Jumy, he's maxed. From here, pushing forward, collapsing on top of those Cyclones. Lock-ons, they trade well against the Zealots at least. Oh my god. And they punish the Stalkers. These Novas are brutal. And Moja, he's just running out of army, running out of Cyclones. Cyclones are good. But we still need an economy. That's going to be 12 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Again, Moja can't afford these losses. Down to 42 SCVs. Again, barely an economy. Not like this. So it's not going to be collapsing in. And again, the lock-ons, I mean, he picks up some Stalkers, which is great and all, but yeah, here come the Immortals. Massive Immortal walking off the ramp. GG gets called. Jumy snowballs out of control, and Jumy will take down Moja and claim another win. Another point on the board. GG. Another point on the board here is Jumy. He will once again claim another win. He is still our king of the hill. Moja with a more unique style going into battle mech here against Jumy. And again, we have seen players succeed with this, even at the highest level of play for sure. But Moja did have a really hard time gaining map control and getting a kind of map presence. He was somewhat trading with the army, but again, he never really threatened the bases. He never really got into any of the mineral lines. He never had the freedom, or never had the wherewithal to go for any Hellion run-bys or counterattacks. And with that, Jumy, he was free to trade. He was free to just embrace the map, take it, mass expand. He was up to, what, 87 probes towards the end of the game. Had a crazy economy. And GG. GG, well played. With that, Jumy will claim the win. Oh. And we'll see who's up next. Who is up next? Whew. Let's have a look here. Once again, I do see a couple of players logging in. We might go to another PvP. It's possible. Yeah. Did notice a new contender, a new challenger logging in. Up next is going to be a PvP between between Jumy and Shameless. Let's go. Shameless, he does rise to the challenge. I will say that out of all the players we've featured so far, I do think that Shameless is the highest rated opponent and highest rated challenger so far for Jumy. So I do think that this is going to be a worthy opponent here for Jumy, and I do see this going either way. I think the hard thing about this next match, of course, it's a best of one. Like in a best of 3, I can see this going to the ace match, but a best of 1, it's harder to call. Jumy, of course, has momentum, but something else to bear in mind when it comes to this kind of format of tournament is stamina, right? Jumy, he's now played against 4 players in a row, now up against a 5th player as well. Depending on how long this streak goes, you know, like, does he have the endurance to keep going? To keep slaying opponent after opponent. Oh boy. Here we go. Go. As our players are just connecting their vetoes. The way this works here, when it comes to the format, bear this in mind, is that the format is the current king of the hill gets 1 veto, gets 1 singular veto, and then the challenger can pick whatever map they want outside of course, the vetoed map. So it is challenger pick. Oh, and we are going to be, of course, featuring an extended map pool. We have yet to feature any of the other maps, but we do have Oceanborn available, which is from the previous map pool. We have Sandworm, which is from TLMC 20, and we have Spirit Crusher, a map that I don't think I've casted on. So curious to see how that turns out as well, if we can get there. It's always a treat. Always. Players are getting ready. Bearing in mind that we have 15 best of 1s here tonight, and so far we're, I guess, a third of the way through. This is our 5th best of 1. This is our 5th match. Oh boy. And I do feel like a PvP is probably the best way to bring Jumy down. I mean, would I say that's his weakest matchup? Oh, probably not. I will say maybe it's PvZ, but there aren't many Zergs is the problem. Like, we don't really have many Zergs to pull from. Like, I can see Iba, I can see maybe Young Yakov, True, maybe Wayne, depending on who's available, of course. Double checking here. So last week we only had 2 Zergs. We had Mixu and Cham. Okay. Again, we've yet to feature anyone from the Americas or Korea yet tonight, but again, if they're available, then they can step in. Players like Cham, players like Mixu. Players like Creator, ByuN, Solar. I'm just checking our previous OSCs in recent times. So get an idea of who can step in. Has Spirit lost on Spirit Crusher yet? Oh my god. That's a good question. That's a good question. No. See, that's how you bring him down. True. Meanwhile, we are going to be going on a very short break here. It looks like we will have to conduct a veto process. We'll get into it. But we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our next best of 1. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 213, and we have an update here. So I do apologize for the delay, and I hope you enjoyed the brutal OSC regardless. But unfortunately, something came up. Unfortunately, Jumy was unavailable, and hey, we kind of alluded to it, I suppose, earlier. We were talking about how, stamina, endurance, how you have to commit and dedicate a lot of time if you're going to be going on a massive win streak to play the entire tournament. And Jumy technically is still undefeated, but he did have to step away. Something came up, he is unavailable, so Jumy has stepped aside to allow for another King of the Hill. Really, Jumy, he just got tired of winning, papi. Oh my god, he was like, you know what? I can't do this all night, papi. I thought I was gonna go down like 2 maps in. So Jumy did step away, undefeated, and instead we have a fresh pairing of players here. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our yellow Protoss player from land of Czechia. It is, for Team Brody, it is Sebestes. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. And now I would say that there's no clear favorite here. Now the slate has been wiped clean. No longer is there a Jumy raining down terror on the people. Now the throne is open, and now we are here to present a new king. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the new King of the Hill? Sebestes or Shameless? Something that we can say for certainty, though, it's going to be a Protoss. It's going to be a Protoss. Which Protoss? We're here to find out. 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Likewise, second pylon is in the main. Sebestes doing the same thing. 2-gate opener, second pylon also in the main base. No cheese, no proxy, no shenanigans. And welcome, once again, to Oceanborn. I mean, we've covered so many games on it, but I just glossed over it. But yes, welcome one all to Oceanborn. Oceanborn, of course, was in the map pool last season, so not too long ago at all. Oceanborn, known for having a bit of a shorter rush distance by ground, is a bit of a wider map, that is true, but the third base is very accessible, and we have seen many a 3-base all-in on Oceanborn. I say 3-base all-in, I mean, when I think of Oceanborn, you know what I think of? I think of a German taxi. I just think of non-stop German taxis on Oceanborn. But in the PvP, we could try to embrace a longer game instead. We'll see. For now, Sebestes is the first to expand. It does claim his natural. Shameless, not too far behind him, will be claiming his own base as well after his warp in. So Shameless does move out across the map. Likewise, Probe is in position to throw it in the pylon. The Probe is here to reinforce. There's that Nexus. And there's that pylon. Sebestes likewise does go for hallucination, will confirm the gateways, will confirm the expand, but she'll also notice here that the expansion is delayed and that there's a rally of stalkers. Yeah, back at home, he has a shield battery on the way. Nice fortune, looking down the sentries, and he gets one, two, soon to be 3 sentries going down. These are brutal losses for Sebestes. That's gonna be 3 dead sentries, and Shameless, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm, taking down both stalkers. Shield battery is exposed. The Stalker will survive, but that's still going to be 2 more probe kills, and here come the reinforcements. Shield battery is now done, but it's already sustained some damage. Shameless does pull away. Does pull back, does pull away, takes down the shield battery. And against the best, he is in danger here. He is in trouble. Down to 3 Stalkers. Nice target firing. Oh god, but we'll lose 2 Stalkers in the process. Another shield battery goes down. And this may just be out. Yeah, GG gets called. This is the GG, Bobby. And Shameless, he will take the win. He will take down Sebestes. And Shameless, he's our new King of the Hill. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Shameless, he will claim the win here. Again, a very intense, very aggressive game here by Shameless, delaying his own expansion, rushing across the map. We spoke about at the start of the game how the rush distance by ground on Oceanborn is shorter, how we do often see all-ins. I was alluding to a 3-base all-in, and Shameless wasn't necessarily all-in, but he was still hyper-aggressive regardless. Again, he chose to delay his expansion, got extra warp pins, reinforced across the map, and Sebestus was caught with his pants down. Unfortunately, he was fixated and prioritizing his expansion, his natural base. He had less warp ins. He was also vulnerable early on, and losing those first 3 centuries was a brutal brutal way to start the game. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, he will claim the win, and we're here to determine who's up next. Who is up next? So just messaging some of the players, but yes, GG well played. With that, we do have Shameless become our new king of the hill, and who's up next? Which is the next Protoss opponent? We know it's going to be another Protoss, as I do see someone logging in. I did notice one of the many arts logging in, but we'll see. Yep, there we go. Yep, it is going to be arts. I believe the Polish art, just as a heads up, there are multiple arts in the scene, both Protoss, and at one point both were on the Platinum Heroes as well, which totally didn't make anything confusing. Totally. But it is going to be another PvP here between Shameless and Art. Let's go. We go. As again, Art, he's always a wild card. He's always a wild card. Art, he is a very, very strong player from Poland. Of course, he did spend some time in Korea as well, many years ago at this point. And Art, he is not the most consistent of players. Like, I would rate him quite highly, but he doesn't devote as much time to StarCraft currently as he used to, or as Geralt and Cristiano do, for example, as well. So Arch, he's been a little bit more inconsistent when it comes to his performance, when it comes to his results, but still a strong player in his own right. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone. We have our Polish Protoss player, our pink Polish Protoss player, representing the Platinum Heroes, our new challenger. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy, our current king of the hill, with 1 win under his belt. It is Shameless. We go. And our PvP does continue here, and this is going to be Art's map of choice. Persephone is, of course, one of the newer maps in the map pool. Oh, hello. Yo, we trapped? Yo, wait, oh Jesus, oh my god, that was a long embrace. Not gonna lie, for a moment there, I thought we lagged out. Like, yo, we were very close for quite an uncomfortable amount of time. Like, I was like, hold it. Like, are we frozen right now? I was like, did my game crash? Oh my god, that was crazy. Ay, ay, ay. But as we step into this, of course, you're in the chat predictions. It's Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As we get into our next game. Russia's Spike ground is very direct here on Persephone. Can be quite aggressive here on this map. And that's kind of what we're expecting between these two players. But we'll see. We shall see. But now, second pylon in the main for both players. Both do confirm this as well with their scouts. Oh, Shameless with the juice box. Let's go. Time to get juiced up. Pylon is going to be denied. Art looking to expand. And so should a Shameless. Again, there's no crazy early tech, or there's no hidden pylons or anything like that. Not for the time being. Oh, sorry, I say crazy early tech. My apologies. Stargate, never mind. So Stargate opener out of heart. That is a Stargate before Nexus. So going for the earlier Oracle. This is designed to get economic damage done early on. And the hallucination will confirm. So Shameless, he is aware. He is aware. Back at home, getting in position. Shield battery is on the way. And Arthur does get the Robo. So going Stargate into expand into Robo. Very tech-heavy start here out of Art. Ay, ay, ay. First Oracle's moving out. He doubles down. He's going for a second Oracle as well. Meanwhile, Shameless, he rallies everything across the map. He's relying so heavily here on the shield battery. And, I mean, it's going to work. I mean, there's not really much of an army here on the ground. There's one Stalker and one shield battery. Uh-oh. The Oracle moves out. The shield battery will maintain itself. And here comes the army. Here come the force fields. And if we try to escape, shield battery goes down. And is that just game? The Stalker gets knocked down. Probes are falling. There's nothing. There's just nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing to defend. The Oracle does wreak havoc, does get 6 probes across the map. At the same time, 6 workers go down for Art as well. Pylon falls and go off the ramp, but for all he knows, there could be a force field, there could be a sentry. There isn't, but there could be. And he's just going for the kill. He's just going for the Nexus. And if the army comes down to the low ground, he can just force field the ramp. Nice stasis behind the army. Okay. Alright, he has the setup. Boys are being pulled. Do we force field in time? Up! Does notice? He does! Whew. Yeah, does notice. Boys are pulled. Base goes down. Here comes that stasis. Does pull away. Ooh, does take the stasis to the face. Will preserve the army. And with that, Shameless takes the lead. Shameless, he's up 5 workers. Shameless is up a base, up an expansion. But he may lose this army. As the Immortal's getting in position. And ideally wants to focus on those Stalkers. Oh, nice force fields. Does go for the recall, and he will save 1 Stalker. Save both, actually. Okay. Does save 2. Does save 2 Stalkers. And now the pressure is on R to do some damage. Does find the pylon. RT backs up. Shameless embracing Blink, bearing in mind because Art went for a Robo, that means he has no Blink himself. So Art has a very immobile army. In a head-on fight, I favor Art because of the Immortals, of course. But Shameless, he can harass, he can poke in, poke out, bypass the army, get into the main. Right now, hunting down the Oracle. Oh, it does hunt him down. Oracle goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's both Oracles falling. Behind this claims the 3rd base. Shameless, he moves out. He has the Observer. He has high ground vision. He just goes straight into the main. He can just go straight in. Here he commits. Going for the pylon. It's 1. Oh. Here, just rotate down. Going for the shield battery. Against a Stalker. Not bad. Takes on the Stalker, blinks away. Went behind Dark Shrine, going for the proxy Dark Shrine. Okay. Going for the proxy. The problem here is that Shameless already has an Observer, so he does have detection. He can always recall. But a cheeky move here by Art, nonetheless. Ooh, the proxy gets scouted. Shameless is aware. Shameless is aware. GG gets caught as Art. The Hail Mary play with an Dark Templar, but it gets scouted, it gets found out, and Shameless will take the win. GG. GG, well played, Shameless. He will take the win. He will take down Art 1-0 and will maintain himself as the king of the hill. GG. GG, well played. Shameless will take it. Again, a really cheeky move initially by Shameless. As a reminder, RT went for a Stargate opener into an expand, into a Robo, into Oracle. Because of that, because of all that tech, he had no Warpins. He had one Stalker. He had no other units to defend. So Shameless was able to catch him with his pants down, snipe the first Stalker, took control of the low ground, kill the base. GG. From there, he had a massive advantage, a massive lead. There were some opportunities there for Art to maybe bring it back with Oracle Harass, or with his Immortal Push, or with Dark Templar, but they were all shut down. GG. Shameless does take it. And with that, Shameless, he will claim another win. Who's up next? Who can challenge him? As we're heading on over here, trying to get an eye on who is left, who's remaining to face off. As we are getting towards the halfway mark, we're getting to match 7. Ooh, okay. As we're heading over to the Americas server. Up until this point, we have had some Southeast Asian representation with Demi, of course, but for the most part, we've had some Europe on Europe action. But up next, we have somewhat up on Korean action instead. Up next, we have a Korean Terran player rising to the challenge. Oh. It is going to be a Shameless versus his teammate. It's going to be Shameless versus Percival. Oh boy. Here we go. Again, Percival, he's been looking so good recently. Like, Percival, he's been excelling, getting better and better results over time. Again, if you've been watching Percival as of late, you'll know that he has been getting, or he has been performing well when it comes to online tournaments. I want to say he took down Shin recently. Who else did he take down? Some big Korean names. Sorry, Protoss names. Took down, let's see here. Took down Mana, took down Shin, took down Ryung, took down Zaun, that's it. Took down Zaun as well. Cristiano. Took down Spirits last month. And we'll see if he can also claim some wins here. I mean, so far we've had purely Protoss champions and purely Protoss winners, but that might all change here and now. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our blue Terran representing Team Little Fairy. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the current king of the hill with 2 wins under his belt. Also representing Team Little Fairy, it is a Shameless. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Coming into this, I do think it's quite close. I do think it's going to be quite close between the two players. I can see this going either way. I will say that Percival is going to be a good challenger here to bring him down. I do think that he has maybe the best shot to bring down Shameless, but we'll see if he can. Double gas opener out of Percival. We've seen a lot of all-ins out of Percival in recent times, so we're expecting the beginning here of aggression from Percival as well. This is going to be double gas into a faster factory. It's going to be delayed CC out of our Terran player. With this, we can go into Reactive Reaper Hellion. We can go for early tech labs, into tanks, into Cyclones, into Addle Swap, into Banshee. We'll keep an eye on the setup. So probe does dip in. The probe is denied the scout, so Shameless is in the dark. Again, for all Shameless knows, there could be a CC on the high ground, there could be a factory, it could be a proxy. Now we have the factory being thrown down. So far so good. Reaper first. Okay, Reaper into Tech Lab into an add-on swap. So with this we can go into earlier Cyclone production, earlier than normal. You can see Percival scouting for proxies, looking for pylons. Percival playing it safe. Command center is on the high ground. There's that add-on swap. There's that Cyclone. From here, we can go into a second Raxer into the starport. I would assume starport. There we go. Starport's on the way. We can use the Rax to make an add-on for another add-on swap into another tech lab. That's going to be a reactor. Okay. That does shade in. That does confirm how late the CC is. And you can see him trying to get a read on what's happening in the main. As it's going to be a faster second Rax. Cyclone Wall Zone, Twilight Council Opener out of Shameless, getting into Blink. Interesting. At least he confirms there's no second tech lab. The initial drop. Ooh, as there is no safety shield battery. The Stalker is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal loss there for Shameless. Losing the first Stalker. Reaper goes into the main, does get a scout of the tech, is aware of Blink. Nice catch on the Reaper. Behind this, we have the setup of attempted 2-1-1. Interesting that we're not going for an add-on swap here, that we're just making the tech lab straight on that starport. Oh, now we see why. As we have a mine drop across the map, going into a 3-1-1 setup, going into Stim. Mine drop does arrive. Takes down the Adept. Nothing else. One Wood Mine does escape, so we can always get back in. Get an early Stim timing here out of Percival. Tanks are also on the way. Bit of a supply block. Does slow him down. Drop is denied. Nice defense here by Shameless. Shameless, after claiming the third base, is now working towards Colossus, not Storm. In a meta where Storm is all the craze here, no, not for Shameless. Going into Colossus. Here comes the first move out here by Percival. Shameless, he's gonna get caught out. Ooh, brutal pick off. Tank Boy is going off. Shameless, he has to retreat. Ideally wants to slow this down. Is buying some time. From here, Percival's just rallying everything across the map. The boys are being pulled. 2 base all in. And Shameless, I don't think he's seen the boys yet. Just following the army. There we go, does spot the boys. Nice scan there by Percival. Shameless is trying to catch the Unsiege. Oh. Good, picking away at the army. Shield barriers are not ready. Colossus still on the way. And the tanks will siege. They're within range. Oh, brutal volleys here on the Stalkers. The base is going to go down. There's no saving this. And Percival's going to keep going. Going to keep pushing. Takes down the expansion. Shameless trying to catch reinforcements. Does get a tank. Not bad. Tank go down. Tank does fall. Nice drop here with the tanks. Yeah, they're moving further in. They're getting within range of the Colossus. And I think he's done it. He has done it. Percival, he does get across the map, takes down the production. And he wants the Colossus. Won't quite get it yet. Colossus takes down most of the SCVs. Oh my god, but the tank flows are insane. Oh my god, the Colossus goes down. And with that Percival, he should have enough. Yeah, the tanks, they punish the Colossus, they punish everything. Another Colossus, oh god, another Colossus falls. And Percival, he's going to be the first Terran to claim a win tonight. Up until now, purely Protoss, but GG gets called, and Percival, he will break through, he will take the win, and he'll be our new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, Percival. He had an interesting opener. Initially going for the Cyclone into into Widowmine drop, just to scout, just to harass, behind it rush into early stim, and with that he moved out with 3 tanks. It was 3 tanks. I want to say with a reinforcing 4th tank as well. Did pull the boys, did commit to an all-in. Shameless, he was able to get a glimpse of what was happening, but he was getting caught off guard by the tanks, by the sieges, and he just barely not able to buy enough time for his Colossus, for his shield batteries, for any kind of defensive setup. GG. GG, well played. Percival, he will claim the win here. He does does claim his first win, and is now new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, and we'll see who does rise up next here to bring him down. Oh, as we might have some more Korean representation. Oh, never mind. Not quite. But we do have another matchup here. Let's go. We do have a TVZ. Up next, we're going to be featuring a Finnish Zerg player. Not Cyril, not Zuyeliang. But up next is going to be Percival versus Mixu in a TVZ. Let's go. Let's go. Mixu, he has arrived. We have a rare side. We have a Zerg player. Let's go. Let's go. Again, Mixu, one of the regular Zergs in these tournaments. Hoping not the last. So he does step in. Percival is going to be a tough one to bring down. I definitely say that he is notorious for his aggression, for his play. In recent times, he's been excelling quite a bit. So not going to be an easy opponent. Not at all. Oh my god. And we actually get to feature one of our newer maps for the first time tonight. I mean, we did see Oceanborn earlier, that is true. But for the first time, I've never casted on this map actually, we get to experience Spirit Crusher. Okay. This is one of the TLMC 20 maps. And is this a 4-player spawn map? Hold on. Wait, what? 2-player spawn. Okay. I think? I'm looking this up. TLMC 20. This was one of the top maps in TLMC, I believe, right? Yeah. Okay, you have my attention. Let's go. Oh, I was looking at the wrong small locations. Okay, I was very confused, not gonna lie. But spawning in the top right-hand corner of Spirit Crusher, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, and of course, the boys of Lem. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran, representing Team Little Fairy, our current king of the hill. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVZ. And I might have casted maybe one game or one series on Spirit Crusher. It's been a while. Oh, Jesus, gas first. Oh my god. Gas pool opener before the expansion. Very aggressive build here by Mixu. But I do need a moment to actually just indulge in the map itself. Interesting setup here. So we do have our main and our natural. Our main base is relatively small, I will say that at least. The natural is a little bit wider. The entrance, because of that, you can see the ramp is quite far away when it comes to TVP tank defense, for example. There is a ramp coming in towards the linear third base. There's a very narrow entrance in between the natural and the triangular third. Likewise, more narrow areas, more ramps, like definitely some unique features here. I do wish, now I see this, it's interesting. I wish we casted more on this map back during TLMC. We have some tall grass as well. We have points of elevation in the center of the map. But it does seem the rush distance by ground is very direct. Very direct. As Mixu is scouting for proxies. Oh. It's scouting. Behind this, we have a standard opening here from Percival. As a reminder, Mixu went for the earlier gas, which means he has very fast link speed on the way, which means he can go for an earlier link speed timing. Link speed on the horizon. Third base not being taken from Mixu. Getting to his third. Now pulling away. Do have a third TC from Percival, so going for an economic follow-up here. Meanwhile, we spoke about that link speed timing. What do we see? Links. Links are in production, so Mixu does hope to try to catch Percival off guard. Links are building up, and he will soon pull the trigger. Percival coming in for the scouts. There's no queen in the main. Oh, yeah, no queen. Oh, gets a drone. Gets a drone kill. Link speed is revealed. That's a big scout. It's a big revelation. Hellions are on the way. SVs are, they're going to be going down. Likewise, Link's going to get into the main. Oh, they can. They can. They will. Boys are being pulled. First Hellion has arrived. Nice round there on the Marine. And Percival, he should clean this up. Question is, how much does he lose in the process? 3. Only 3 SCVs. Clutch save there by Percival. Fourth SCV goes down. But Percival holds. He does hold on, bearing in mind that he does have a third CC done behind this as well. So I would say that Percival's in a better position. And he's getting into his own Banshee play. On the right hand side. And the theme major, they just catch a tumor. Catch a tumor, they rotate over towards that third. Oh, thank God. We have Raxus on the way. Getting into ByuN. Is Percival 1 to 8 racks? 100%. We'll get there. For now, a 3-1-1. Hellions, they will delay the fourth. Likewise, Percival slipping into the main. Mixu is going to be going Lair first. So Lair first into delayed upgrades. Likewise, Percival does get one drone. Nothing major yet. But the Banshee does survive. So pokes in, gets a worker, backs off, looking to secure his third. Meeting up with the second Banshee. Now we have our delayed Baneling Nest, Evo Chamber. Getting into a standard game, so not. Just keeping up. Banshees, they do rush past the fourth base, heading in between the bases, but there are queens, there are spores. They're going to be able to nibble away at the mineral lands, getting 3, getting 4 drone kills, getting 5. Ooh, 5 drones. 5 drones go down. Hellions, they do hit the 4th. Oof, losing up to 7 drones. Did I say 7? 9. And 9 workers. 10. 10 drones going to be going. This is getting out of hand. This is becoming too much here. Oh, the Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Drones getting roasted, and this is game-ending damage. Before we can even get into the mid-game here, before we can embrace the game, 26 drones, and we're still not done. 27. Oh, no. 28? Oh, he wants it. Doesn't quite get it. 27 drone kills. Again, just a brutal dive into the natural base. Mixu just was not ready, and before we can even embrace the mid-game, before we can even make an army, Mixu, he is hurting. Mixu is in danger here. Back across the map, we have just more of a standard 5-rack setup on 3 bases. But now would be the good call to throw down 3 more axes. Throw down 3 more axes, but he did take a gas. So he's set up for a second factory and for a macro game. But if he were to throw down 3 more axes, he could just 8 racks and he could just end the game. Ooh, does take a into the face. Meanwhile, there it is. 3 more axes on the way. You'll see they're here in said main. Getting it to 8 axes. Percival, he does move out. Oh boy, and I'll be honest, it's gonna be a tough hold. It's gonna be a very tough hold here. Baiting speed is done, +1 carapace is done, so there are some upgrades to work with, but the creep is very limited. Oh, can he catch out the tanks though? He can! Yeah, tanks get surrounded. Ooh, Banelings, they crash into the tanks, which means Marines, yeah, they can just stand tall, they can stim in, they can stim, they can win. There's 1 Baneling left. Oh, a more G-morph in. Morphs in the Banelings. The tanker was reset, Banelings, they crash on forward. And Mixu's holding. Whew. Mixu is holding on. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the 4th. They do hit the 3rd. 14 SCV kills. Very nice damage. And Mixu, he was in danger. He still is, don't get me wrong, but this is a very nice counterattack out of Mixu. He's very much so in this game. Tank gets surrounded. The tank is going to be... Oh, it's going to be saved. It's going to be saved. Oh, God, never mind. Oh, the Banelings! They want to crash in, but there's not enough. There's not enough Banelings. There's not enough Ling Bane here in Percival. He has done it. He has broken through. Again, Percival, he had a massive lead initially. GG gets called. Mixu, he almost bounced back. He almost recovered, but Percival will claim another win. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Mixu, he had some impressive fights. He was able to get on top of the tanks, able to connect some very juicy bailing connections as well. The run by was solid. Like, Mixu, despite having a very rough start, remember, he lost 27 drones at the start of the game. That was game-ending damage. That was game-ending damage. Oh. And I'm again shocked and surprised to see that he was able to make a game out of that here. Very impressive. Wasn't enough to fully come back and just survive the push, but again, made it close regardless. GG. GG, well played, did make it close. With that, Percival, he will claim the win, and we are now getting ready for our next matchup here. We're getting ready for our next matchup, and I'm a little bit surprised that we're going to be featuring this player so early. Eddie, he has no chill. Up next, we have our next contender. We have our next challenger. Up next is going to be Creator. Oh boy. Creator is going to be stepping up into the ring to see if he can take down Percival. And I would say yes. Oh boy. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Our next game is going to be on Percival here. Oh boy, Percival. Another PvT, Percival versus Creator. And again, Creator is going to be coming in as the heavy favorite. Heavy favorite. Let's go. Let's go. As this is the 10th match, I believe. We'll have to double check. 9th. Okay. Match number 9. As we're going to be loading into Percival. Spirit, yeah, we got Spirit Crusher. We got it. We'll see if we can get Spirit on Spirit Crusher later. Assuming he plays. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Percival, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Alcadzia Esports. We have our new challenger. We have our would-be usurper. It is a Creator. Oh boy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Little Fairy, the current king of the hill, with 2 wins under his belt. It is Percival. Oh boy. And the last time we featured Percival in the TVP, what did he do? Went for a 2-base all-in, right? He went for a 2-base all-in. He was able to overwhelm, able to overrun. And I'll be honest, I'm expecting to see something similar here against Creator. Not saying that Percival can't play macro against him. He can, for sure, but I do expect to see him be more aggressive. Hello. As Creator, he does scout on the right-hand side, looking for a proxy before moving out. And it is going to be double gas. Double gas opener out of Percival. Double gas into a faster factory. First Scout does come in, and the Reaper is on the way. Back at him, Creator going Gateway, Cybercore into Nexus. Standard opener out of Creator. Let's move out. Behind this again, double gas, so faster factory. From here, we should be expanding. I mean, technically, you can go for a 1-base all-in from this kind of setup, but yeah, no 1-base all-in. There's that CC on the way. Reaper comes in for a scout. We have yet to throw down our tech of choice. Now, Creator, he is one to mix it up. He is one to open up Stargates, Twilight Council, or Robo. And we have the answer, so far, Twilight Council. Twilight Council open out of Creator, going to be further back. It's up to Percival here to piece together what's going on and to figure out what exactly is happening. As it should be a Twilight Council into Blink base build from Creator. Percival goes in. And he doesn't commit. It gets a probe. Not bad. Does get a worker and will barely escape. Does pull away. Does pull away. Tech lab on the factory. have this, we can go for the earlier Cyclone, or we can go for an add-on swap, but nope, there we go, no add-on swap. Tech Lab is done, Medevac is in production. Show us what you got. Oh, going for a very fast. Oh, then there might. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. So we were going for an insanely fast tank. It cancels the tank, goes for a medevac into add-on swap into Banshee. Okay. Percival, he's mixing it up. I'm assuming Banshee, not Raven. As here comes a drop across the map. There's that add-on swap. Behind this creator, he does open up 3-gate blink, but he will go for the robo before expanding. Nice drop into the main. Widowmine does burrow. Oh! And will get a shot off. Nice pick up. Takes down a Stalker. One Stalker goes down. Percival, he will have to pick up. Let's get out of here. Does pull away. Back at him, there's that Banshee, not Cloak, so it's going to be vanilla Banshee, but also really early tank production. Not as early as it could have been, but early nonetheless. Ah, single tank. Okay, single tank into fast stim. Like, we're being a little bit fancy here with our add-ons. As we go for another swap, going for a singular Banshee, no Cloak. Now going back into tanks. Like Percival, he's been jumping through a lot of hoops here when it comes to his build. Like, we've just been non-stop add-on swapping. Cloak is on the way. Banshee across the map. I believe the Observer just did barely miss the medevac. Does get eyes on the defense. The game from here continues. We do have faster charge on the way. Third base being taken. A gateway explosion getting up to a 5-gate setup. Did I say 5? Getting into 7 gates. Jesus. 7 gates are on the way. Marines, they start to step in. Trading while they focus down. Oh, almost another probe. 1, 2, 3 probes going to be going out. The boys are being pulled. Oh, losing up to 6 probes. 7 probes going down. Banshee does hit the right hand side, but is going to be cleaned up. This Banshee was not really too worth it, but did cause a distraction to allow for these Marines to pop off. So damage was still done. From here, as we get into a 4th tank, we may just pull the boys. Do you see what I see? 2 more Raxes behind the natural. They're hidden. We have a 5-rack setup on 2 bases. No add-ons, no production, or no further tech. It's going to be a 2-base all-in. Okay. And we'll see if Creator's able to slow this down. Is getting a safety immortal that will help against tanks. Bays on the way for Colossus. And we are waiting for the eventual move out. Or really, we're just waiting for the upgrades. Waiting for +1. Waiting for combat shields. Here comes the Unsiege. Here comes the push. And here comes the all-in. It's going to be 4 tanks. The move out is spotted. Creator, he's fully aware. Behind this, the boys are being pulled. And Creator, he will see everything. He will spot the boys. Ooh, and as the boys move out, Creator is moving in. He wants a medevac. Oh! And barely doesn't get it. Does settle for the tank. And tank goes down. Medevac as well. But oh, Creator bleeds out some stalkers. It's going to be 4 stalkers going down. Likewise, Yolin has arrived. Creator needs a little bit more time for the Colossus. Knocking down the rocks. Make sure it doesn't get surrounded. Tanks are moving in. Tanks pushing forward, bullying back those zealots. Stalkers doing what they can. But that's still 4 tanks. And Liberation has arrived. Oh no! He stims in, he wants a Colossus, and it looks like he will get it. Yeah, Star steps forward, Colossus goes down. He's also trying to collapse in. But Percival, I think he has enough. I think he has too much. Percival, he's overstimmed. When he takes down the Gateway Army, he's getting on top of the Robo. Without the Robo, there's just nothing else here. Tanks, they move in, and he's done it. Wow, Percival, he has done it. Creator, he was here to go on a win streak himself. He was the favorite player, but Percival popping up for the all-in. GG gets called, and Percival, he will take down Creator 1-0 and claim another win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Percival, he will claim the win. He will take down Creator 1-0. Again, a very, very intense game here. Did commit to the all-in, did pull the boys. Creator, he did see it ahead of time. He tried to slow it down, but it wasn't worth it when it came to his Stalkers. If you remember, he came in from behind and he went for the tank. He went for the medevac, but he lost so many Stalkers in the process. That didn't make it worth it. Back at home, he had even less to work with as well, and he needed more time for the Colossus. And it was also unfortunate that, bam, as soon as the first Colossus popped, it went down. As soon as it popped, it did get focused down immediately. Oh. And with that, GG, well played. Percival, he will claim the win. And now we have our next matchup. It's going to be, no surprise, another TVP. It's going to be another TV here. It's going to be a matchup between Percival and Night Phoenix. Let's go. Here we go. As the players are getting ready. And again, Night Phoenix can be a very cheeky player. He can definitely be one that can catch you off guard and cause an upset. I can see, I mean, there's a lot of players out there that I can see bringing down Percival in the best of one specifically, just because it is the best of one. So we'll see if he can pop off. But again, already a big shout to Percival because he had an impressive performance. Like, to bring down Creator, that's not easy. Not at all. Creator, he was favored. And I would still say he is favored in a longer series, but in a best of one small misstep, one small mistake, that can cost you the game and the series. That can cost you. Turtle all-ins are so strong it seems. Right now there are a lot of maps that favor all-ins, bearing in mind that the veto process is limited here in this tournament just because these are best of ones. But there are certain maps where all-ins are favored, maps like Persephone, maps like Pylon, maps like, oh god, the maps that not quite coming to mind here. Pylon, Persephone, Ultra Love, true, Ultra Love as well. There are maps where you don't have, basically you don't have any high ground, you don't have the high ground advantage to defend, you don't have a choke point to work with either, for force fields to delay a push. Like, they're not really as available in some of these smaller maps. So that's where like that kind of aggression is favored. Likewise, as we mentioned, oh. Just setting up. We aren't going to be setting up here. Beautiful. We're going to be setting up on Last Fantasy. Okay. Let's go. Alright, so I was referring to the Stalkers. Remember, if you remember the Stalker counterattack from Creator, he lost all the Stalkers, right? He got caught out. We saw that. He got caught out. He bled out a lot of Stalkers while trying to slow down the all-in, while trying to catch out the army. There was a lot that kind of went awry there for Creator. And the Colossus, as you mentioned, yeah, and the Colossus. There's very little room for error. Very little room. But now we're jumping into our next game. We're jumping into Lost Fantasy here, a 3-player spawn map. And I'm curious to see what our challenger has to offer us. Spawning in the top side of Lost Fantasy, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Little Fairy, our current King of the Hill with 3 wins under his belt. It is Percival. Go. I would also say, as I mentioned previously, that all-ins are favored specifically in this tournament format as well, because this is a best of 1. It's a best of 1, not a best of 3. So again, you have less time, less matches to acclimate to your opponent, to get a read on how they're playing, and to adjust over time. It's one and done, baby. One and done. Double gas opener out of Percival once again. So double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. But when it comes to the meta of StarCraft, we spoke about this during the podcast. I do recommend it. So we did have our weekly talk show yesterday, if I recall correctly, and we did spend some time talking about balance and the meta, and we were discussing Hearthstone's proposed changes last night during the podcast as well. And something that we spoke about is about how the meta has been changing a lot when it comes to the top level TVP. Because yes, all-ins have been more common. I should say they were more common during GSL Season 1 and during DreamHack Dallas. But the week after that, during the week of EWC, and the week since then, we have seen more and more Protoss players play very safe. Play very safe and very defensive. I don't think Night Phoenix is going to do that, by the way. But in general, when it comes to players like Hero, players like Classic, Max Pack, Showtime, Skillus, Estrella, like a lot of them have been adjusting and going for more safer, more defensive builds. I'm referring to not even just 3-gate Blink, but like 3-gate Robo, like Bay even before 3rd base, or Storm before 3rd base. Storm before 3rd has been very trendy as of late, just as a way to be overly safe and to shut down all-ins ahead of time, and have a more secure early game to get into the mid game. So we have seen a lot of Protoss players adjust. Meanwhile, speaking of adjusting, Robo opener out of Night Phoenix. Interesting. Now, a Robo opener can be quite flexible. There are different ways to go about this. We can go Robo into Fast War Prism to harass across the map. This can be a Robo opener into a Fast Bay into Fast Colossus to shut down something like a 3-axe or a 2-on-1. Meanwhile, we do have the CC on the high ground. So far, Tech Lab on the factory. But yet to determine what this Robo is going to be for. Is it going to be for the Prism, the Sentry, sorry, the Prism, the Observer, or the Bay? What do you have for us? Robo is done, going Prism first, okay. And again, with this War Prism, you can reinforce across the map, you can juggle your units, you can drop into the main. There's a lot of harassment potential here with this War Prism. There's the second gateway. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix, ooh, we'll lose the Stalker in the center of the map. Dancing through the speed zones to trade. Cyclone pulls away behind this Percival. He is going for his drop. Going for his own 2-1-1. Meanwhile, gateway explosion. We're getting up to a 4-gate setup here from Night Phoenix. He's going to double down. He's committed. Remember, there's no Twilight Council, no blink, no charge, no nothing. My drop moves out. And Night Phoenix is moving in. And back at home. Oh no! The mine's just gonna go off. Gets 2 probes. Likewise, Widow Mine into the main as well. Mortal production has begun. So far, good reactions here from Night Phoenix. And we are waiting for the warp in, waiting for the gateways to finish, I should say. The gateways just now finishing up. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a Cyclone, we have a tank. I'll be honest, I feel like Percival's looking pretty secure. Takes down the Adept. Stalkers, they warping back at home. Might drop back in. Gets another probe. That's what, 5? Yeah, 5 probe kills in total. And the Little Mine survives. And this has been a really rough start for Night Phoenix. So far, this Robo opener has not really paid for itself. The Cyclones does get the lock on. Does get the lock on. The Prism takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Cyclone going to be hunted down. The Prism will be zoned away. Oh. Yeah, there's no escaping for that War Prism. There is no escaping. Oh my god, Stalker's going to be going down. Night Phoenix bleeding out far too many units. And bleeds out far too much. The Prism was sniped. Boars are being pulled to repair. There's a recall. Oh, barely does recall in time. But that was a brutal start. What did Night Phoenix lose? He lost the Prism, lost 4 Stalkers, a Sentry, an Immortal as well. The Immortal went down in the main. Oh no. And we could just commit here. Now, we don't really have the setup for an all-in. We don't really have our axes. Like, this is an earlier push out of Percival, but he knows he has momentum. Like, he knows how close he is to breaking his opponent. Percival does move out. Oh. Nice catch on the medevac. Tanks stay down, do siege up. The tank boy is going to be going up. Going for the Immortal. Immortal goes down, but does hack down all 3 tanks. Not bad. Oh god, but still. Oh no, the Prism! Yeah, Prism taking a lot of hits. Prism goes down as well. Expensive losses for Night Phoenix. And even though he trades, we do see more probes going down here in the main. And with that, Percival, he has a massive lead. He has a lot of momentum. Just muling up, still just rallying across the map, getting into guns of shell, getting to +1. And Night Phoenix is hurting. We can see him engage here in the center, but he cannot take this fight. Night Phoenix has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Does pull away, does back off. Percival, he will just chase him down. And there's no power units here, right? There's no... the force shield doesn't quite connect. But there's no Immortals, there's no Colossus, there's no Storm, there's no Archons, there's no nothing. GG gets called, and Percival, he will snowball into a win. He will take down Night Phoenix and maintain his throne. Maintain his crown. GG. GG. Percival, he will still be our king of the hill. There we go. GG. He will take down Night Phoenix. Again, a bit of a quirky game here. Night Phoenix did open up Robo. He went Prism first to be aggressive. But if you remember, the Prism was one of the first things to go down, right? He pushed into the main base. He unloaded the double Stalker and the Immortal. They got focused down by the Siege tank. The Prism got zoned away by the Viking. And once it went down, that was almost game then and there, right? Like, the entire purpose of the initial opener was to go for the Prism harass. And the Prism died. Like, the Prism went down immediately, and that was just a big blow there early on for Night Phoenix. GG, well played. With that, Percival takes another win, and we are heading over to the Korean server as we have our next challenger. Oh my god, we're not holding back, Pappy. We're not holding back. For the first time tonight, we're going to be featuring our players in a TVT. So first Terran versus Terran of the broadcast, as we are heading over to the Korean server, and we have our next challenger here. Now, on the one hand, I do favor our challenger, but I said the same thing about Creator, and I would say this is a comparable opponent, but a different matchup. Up next, we have ByuN. ByuN does step up, does step in, and it's going to be ByuN versus Percival in a TVT. Let's go. As again, Percival, he has been going on a tear. He already took down Creator, but can he take down ByuN? In a TVT, I will say that Percival, he has a good chance. Percival, he's been playing a lot of TVTs as of late, especially against Bunny. Like, if you've been following the GSL qualifiers and DreamHack and EWC, I know what it is, but Percival and Bunny, they just keep playing, they just keep facing off, and we'll see if all those matches, if they pay off here and now. In this next TVT, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our new challenger. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the challenger. We have the current king of the hill with 4 wins under his belt for Team Little Fairy. It is Percival. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVT. And again, Percival, he hasn't been looking bad in his matches against ByuN and Bunny. He hasn't been looking bad at all. They actually did face off during the GSL qualifiers. These 2 players as well, ByuN and Percival, I meant to say. And of course, these matches go the way of ByuN. But Percival wasn't looking too bad in those TVTs at all. And we'll see if we can bring it home here in this best of 1. True. In a full series, I favor ByuN. In a shorter series, Percival, he can pull it off. He's taken Master 4. We'll see if he can do it again. We'll love to see a heart emote someday. Let's go. You mean like a K-pop heart? Hold on. For sure. I think we have an emote slot. I think we like. I'm very torn. Like, obviously our emote slots on Twitch are very limited. With how many we can have. I do want to have an emote for each of the races. I think that'd be nice to have, like, something for Zerg, something for Terran, and something for Protoss. But we have to think of something for each of those. But I would like to have, like, something for each of the races. As we do initially catch out the Reaper. Rough start for Percival. Very rough start. That should not have happened. First Reaper does go down. And with that, ByuN has a very strong start. Bearing in mind that ByuN, he went for a faster CC. The CC's almost done. So a very strong start here. Faster command center, and ByuN wins the initial trade. The trade that should have gone Percival's way. Now, what does Percival have going for him? I mean, he does have the faster factory. He does have the faster starport. He has the faster tech. So this is something that he has to leverage here. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. But there was another emote that we were floating around. Oh god, I can't recall. What was it? We have Copium. We have Smurge. And there was, I think there was an emote that we wanted to duckify in some way. There was one. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But definitely something that we'll think about. Just because I do think we do have an emote slot, at least one available. Some new emotes. Could it be a tuna? Yeah, for sure. Could be a tuna. Doesn't have to be a duck. So now once again, Percival attempts to drop into the main. Again, he does have the faster medevac, but ByuN, he is keeping up. He's holding on behind this, going into his own bio tank setup here. Tanks are building up. Ravens on the way as well. As Percival is rallying across the map. Behind this, ByuN rushing to a third CC. Very greedy here by ByuN. Faster third CC. Once again, does push in. Again, Percival is committed. Going for a later third base, but it's still on the way, so not two base all in. Regardless the pressure is on, Percival to just contain. Liberation has arrived, going for the tank. Oh, not quite. Gets the bunker though. Bunker goes down. Oh, cycling lock on is brutal. But the Liberator is edging closer. Forcing back the tank. That's getting close. Boys are being pulled. Tanks are on siege. Yeah, quick moves here by ByuN. He will master stable. And with that, ByuN, he breaks out. He breaks out. Takes out one. Takes out two tanks. And can he get all three? Looks like he can. That's going to be close. Oh, takes out the Cyclone. Dynamic does pull away. Nice control here from Percival. Nice control, nice juggling. Oh, barely does not get the Raven. Ay, ay, ay. The Raven on 5 HP, one shot away from going down. Barely doesn't get it. Not like this. But you can see Percival, despite losing that fight, he doesn't back off. He doesn't back off. Again, it's all about delaying the third. It's all about containing. From here, pulls away for now, getting his own third base. And the game will continue. The game will continue here. ByuN, he doesn't really have any pushing power. Remember, he didn't get into early production or extra production until now. Just because of the third CC. And the game does slow down. Whew, we can take a breath. We can take a breath. We can take a moment. Have Percival moving out. Does push to the center. Behind this is playing ByuN, don't get me wrong, but he's hyper-fixated on the mass Viking. Jesus. Up to 8 Vikings. He does have air control. Do you think he wants that Raven? ByuN the first siege. Vikings have in. They focus on the Raven. Sorry, it does go up. Does get the anti-armor missile. But despite that, Percival, he does win the battle in the sky, takes down all the Vikings, bullies ByuN back, and gets within range as well. Not bad. Some nice wins here for Percival. He does land, yeah, landing on top of the tanks. Tank line is going to be cleaned up, taking down every single tank. Yeah, massive win here for Percival. Takes down 3 tanks, took down the Raven, took down the Vikings, now pushing in. And ByuN is down to 1 tank. 1 tank left. Boys are being pulled into the Vikings. Oh god, this is going to be a tough hold here for ByuN. Tanks are getting surrounded, but it's going to cost them so many SCVs. Yeah, 15. 15 is 16 SCVs going to be going down. ByuN does survive. And Percival, he has no chill. He just keeps going. He just keeps pushing in. As he's just rallying across the map. You notice how close he is to breaking ByuN. ByuN now down in economy. Likewise down in upgrades. And with enough Marines, Percival, he can break that tank line. Not yet. Quite yet. Oh, does try to push forward. Percival, he's overextending. Yeah, a lot of supply in medevacs. He'll lose both tanks. Yeah, brutal loss here for Percival. He will lose every single tank. At least he should. There we go. Does weed out his tanks. Percival, he had a supply advantage, not anymore. And the game is evening out. Now, Percival is still up in SCVs, likewise getting a 4th base on location, so he still has the greater economy compared to ByuN. When it comes to the armies here, we do see that ByuN is up in tanks, ByuN is up in Vikings, ByuN is down in workers and marines. He's being active. And he is being active. Tank is in position. Percival still looking solid. Dropping into the natural, there is a tank. Yeah, there's a tank in position. Despite that, SCVs are going to be going down. Not getting too many though. Gotta get the hell out of here. 4 SCVs. At the same time, Percival pushing on the right hand side. He might be able to get within range of the CC. Specifically of that tank. Sorry, of that command center. He sims it. He wants the tank. No, sorry. Going for the CC, going for the command center. Tanks do siege. There it is. Massive cancel. The base was almost done. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was almost complete. ByuN, he's hurting. Stuck on 3 bases, but he does get into the main. Uh-oh. He gets into the main base. Taking down 17 SCVs and a tank. Uh-oh, that should not have happened. Yeah, so many workers going to be going down, and this one double drop is winning it here for ByuN. He's coming back in this game. 29 SCVs. Oh my god, 29 SCVs going to be going down. Again, this should not have happened. He's not done. He's not done. He's still going. 34. Oh god. And up until this moment, like Percival, he was outplaying ByuN. Like Percival, he was doing very well here. Trading against the army, catching out tanks, catching out Vikings, catching out the Raven. Like Percival, he was playing so well this game up until this moment. 35 SC, like just the one double drop. Unfortunately, the center towers, they just weren't in position. They weren't in position to scout this, to see this. More drops moving out. Yeah, sometimes one double drop is all it takes. And now we have 2. Now we have the second double drop moving in. We'll take down the CC. And Percival, he's all in. He's all in at this point, but there's a tank line waiting back at home. Yeah, everything's falling apart for Percival. It's all falling apart. Oh god. Stepping into a siege line, it's not pretty. More tanks going down, ByuN collapsing on the planetary. And Percival, he is torn apart. And this is often how we've seen Percival's matches against ByuN and against Bunny as well. Where Percival plays well and plays well up until a certain point, and then something goes awry. ByuN takes down the CC. Like, remember, Percival, he even killed the 4th. He even canceled the 4th base. There was so much going well there for him. Ay, ay, ay. Setting up the surround. And just dropping into the main. And here ByuN can just overwhelm. He just overwhelmed the army, takes down all the Marines, catches out the Medivacs as well, came to the production. And GG gets called. ByuN, he will take the game. He will claim the win. And ByuN is our new King of the Hill. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim it. Again, a shout out to Percival. As Percival, he was playing very well throughout this game. As you mentioned, like, he did have a lead for himself. He was taking better fights. He was denying bases, denying the economy. And then one double drop got, what was it? 35 SCVs. Oh god. 35 SCV kills to one double drop. Ay, ay, ay. It was brutal. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he will claim it. And ByuN is a new king. GG. Congratulations. Congratulations here, ByuN. He will take it. With that, we are heading over to the Americas server. As ByuN has his next opponent here. Ooh, and a player that does have it in him to take ByuN down. Has done so before. We'll see if we can do it again. Regardless though, ByuN, he's our new king. He's the favorite player. And up next is going to be a TVP. We haven't featured any of the Polish Protoss players yet, but that is about to change. That is about to change here. As up next we have ByuN versus Christianer. Let's go. Here we go. See someone asking, dumb question, but what is the purpose of experience for killing enemy units? As I believe someone is saying, there are certain achievements and there are certain levels that you can gain by just playing the game of StarCraft. I think you gain levels by, I think it's just 1v1. Maybe there are other ways to like get I say gain levels, like get experience in game, where yeah, you can like unlock portraits and unlock other things. In the past, if you recall, it also allowed you to get experience for the war chest. If you remember, like you would gain experience for the war chest, level up, and unlock skins. But like it is a little bit outdated. Technically, like game mechanic wise, as is also being stated, it is a way to confirm kills. True. Like if a unit dies out of vision, but you will. If a unit dies barely out of vision, barely out of your sight of range, it will still show the experience pop up, like in the fog of war. So if like a cyclone locks onto a medevac, if it boosts away but the final shot connects as it's barely like out of your sights, like you will see like the kill. I mean, I guess technically you can just click on your cyclone and you'll see that it killed a unit, but yeah. Percival's feeling it today. He was feeling it. Hey, Senju is saying in the chat. If a Wooden Mine shoots and its entire unit leaves vision, you can still see the enemy unit die. Yeah. We go. As we are getting ready again, vetoes are underway, and we'll soon jump into our TVP as we are nearing the end of the broadcast. I mean, we've had a lot of short games, we've had a lot of all-ins, a lot of intense matchups, but we are nearing the end of the broadcast here as we are getting into match number 12. Oh, 15. And our next game is going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. Here we go. But yeah, like the experience thing is a little bit outdated, I suppose. But has its uses. We're jumping in. Alright, so we are jumping in. And again, up next we have Oceanborn. Oceanborn is one of the older maps in the map pool from the previous season. But again, this tournament does feature an extended map pool where players did vote on which maps to bring in, which like maps to add to the map pool, I should say. And Oceanborn was voted in. For good reason. It was a very popular map for sure, for a very long time. Very long time. Aggression is favored on this map, but here we go. We're jumping into our fresh best of one, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Christianer, our new challenger. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our new king of the hill. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Going for a proxy 2x. God damn it. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, as we are moving out with not just one, but with 2 SCVs. Let's go. Let's go. As the proxy is upon us, Cristiano, he does move out with his probe scout across the map. He is racing across to get to read what's happening. And did I say proxy 2x? My apologies, because we have a third SCV on the way. Third SCV is on the way. First 2 racks are being built. This third SCV, okay, I was gonna say might just be for scouting purposes to make it look like he's SCV scouting, but the probe should confirm that the racks is missing. Now, the scary thing about this scout is that the racks could be further back in the main. Yeah, you can see he's checking. So first things first, as a Protoss player, you have to check further back in the main base. You have to check the natural, check the third location. It is not uncommon for a Terran player to hide their first racks, not as a proxy, but as a fake proxy. And you can see, yeah, he's checking. He's checking the natural location. He is trying to figure out what's going on, whether it's real or fake. Meanwhile, ooh, there was a tech lab, cancels the tech lab. It was going to be proxy Marauder, but now switching into proxy Reaper. So ByuN second guessing himself a little bit here. So a little bit shaky. Meanwhile, the probe did scout on the right and now scouts on the left, and the probe does confirm the proxy 2x Reaper. He sees no add-ons, no tech labs. Behind this, going for a robo opener. Very safe play here by Cristiano. Very safe. Yeah, the probe rescouts. Does rescout. Reapers are amassing. Adepts are being chronoed. Because he got scouted, ByuN, he's actually racing home with the Reapers. And he's already transitioning. Yeah, CC on the high ground, factory back at home as well. Again, ByuN even throwing down his own bunker. Like, he knows that he got scouted, so he's fully aware that Cristiano is good enough to shut it down. So ByuN backs off. He backs off, he defends. Raxes are already floating back as well. Cristiano, he checks, he confirms that the Raxes are or have retreated. And Cristiano responding with his own counterattack here, Robo into Prism. Now he expands, but soon Cristiano, he'll move out. Oh. Reaper is going to be zoned away. Does get into the middle line, gets 1, gets 2, not bad. Takes down 2, takes down soon to be 3 probe kills. Nice damage. 3, now a 4th probe as well. 4 probes kills for 2 Reapers, not a bad trade. But here we go, Adepts, they bust into the main, they head into the mineral line. There's nothing at home. Uh-oh, there's nothing here. Cyclone is in production, but SCVs are falling. 0 mining for ByuN. Yeah, 0 mining, 0 economy. Cyclone has arrived, will zone this army away. That was brutal damage. And again, we are entering kind of a weird game state here. Both players are hurting. Adepts is still active, of course. Reapers were shut down. There's 0 Reapers left. Cristiano is safe at home. Shades into the main. Does he commit? Not quite. Doesn't commit in. Just keeping ByuN pinned back at home. Going for a Dark Shrine. Oh my god. Going for a Dark Shrine. Okay. I like this. I do like this, actually. So a couple of things. One, ByuN is in an awkward position. Straight up, he's in an awkward position. And because his economy is lackluster, because it isn't what it should be, nice snipe there on the Observer, he should be muling. He should be looking to mule as much as possible. He just scanned for the Observer. Chances are, he probably isn't going to be holding on to scan energy. If that's the case, oh, does force a recall. Barely. But if that's going to be the case here, that means that Dark Templar have potential. They have potential to wreak havoc. Now, unfortunately, that Viking went to town on this Prism, and the Prism is very low. The goal was to use this Prism to reinforce across the map with the Dark Templar, but now it's one shot away from going down. It's risky, and you can see the Liberator does move out as well. Viking is on patrol. And can we get this Dark Templar across the map? The Dark Shrine is almost done. Do we have a scan? No scan of the natural and no scan in the main. But there's soon going to be energy here for a scan. We'll see if he holds onto it. Here comes the Dark Templar. Liberator into the main base. He will soon have that scan. Does he mule? Prism's going in. He's holding onto the scan. Yeah, he's holding onto it. There it is, scan at the natural. Saves the Dark Templar. And that was the only scan. That was the only scan. The second scan still needs some time. And DTs are wreaking havoc. At the same time, though, 9 probes do fall. There's a second scan in the main. But DTs, they can walk away. Oh, they barely don't. Turret is done. Prism goes down, and ByuN defends. ByuN, he defends that, and that one Liberator. Oh my god, critical damage, 10 probe kills. If it wasn't for the Liberator, then ByuN would be in trouble. He would be in trouble here. But solid damage. He lost 6 SCVs to the 10 probes of Cristiano. Again, he had a late reaction, late response. We're getting messy. But ByuN takes the lead. ByuN, he's up in workers and he has mules. Turrets are done. ByuN holds. ByuN holds. ByuN is ahead. Cristiano now in an awkward spot. Remember, everything was delayed. He went for a robo opener into a Dark Shrine, so Blink is very late. So he has no real presence on the map. It makes it more difficult to react to things like this to drop play. ByuN dropping into the main. Does boost in. Yeah, it's barely out of vision. Cristiano, he sees nothing. He sees nothing, he knows nothing. ByuN, he stims in. Takes down both Zealots. Oh, they buy some time though. They buy time for Cristiano. Let's drop into the natural. Gets a probe. Takes down a Stalker as well. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Oh my god. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Not the worst trade here from ByuN. Not bad at all. Meanwhile, now getting a 3rd TC. Continuing with drop play. Continuing with those drops. Boosting across. I won't get much done here, at least. And then Cristiano is still on the road to recovery. There is potential with these Zealot run buys and Zealot drops, for sure. But he cannot push into the natural. Not like this. There's 4 tanks. Oh, God. There's 4 tanks waiting for him. Not like this. Calm down, Pappy. Calm down. Yeah, ByuN is very secure here. Meanwhile, as the Cristiano, as we do have a little bit of latency here now. Thankfully, this is high latency when there's no fight. Like, there's no big clash happening, there's no big fight occurring. So the game, thankfully, isn't being impacted by anything. But looks like Cristiano may have lost his internet. Hopefully we can bring him back, and hopefully he can join us again. Hopefully. Perfect time for lag. Like, in a sense, like that, it could have been worse. It could have been worse to lag out. You don't want to lag like at the start of the fight or in the middle of a fight. Like ideally you wanna lag like when things are calming down. So feels bad, man. Feels bad, but. Oh. Yeah, with that, we are going to be resuming from replay. We're probably going to be waiting here for Cristiano, and again, hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully it was a little bit of a slip up. There have been instances in the past where there's been like a power outage, or the ISP just has been uncooperative, and the players had to forfeit. So that has happened before. Hopefully that doesn't happen here, right? Hopefully we're able to get Cristiano back and we're able to resume and continue. But we will have to wait for Cristiano to come back to us. Yeah, smooch, maybe smooch. Why are you playing on Oceanborn? If you're just now tuning in, the OSC tournaments do feature an extended map pool. So we have the regular maps, and we also have maps like Spirit Crusher, maps like Oceanborn, and maps like Sandworm. So there are some of these other maps that are added to the map pool that players can choose and can decide to play on. But that's why we've been featuring those other maps that I just mentioned. For now, though, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, hopefully we have Cristiano. Again, we're going to give him some time to reconnect and to join us once again, and hopefully everything's okay. Worst case scenario is that we will find a replacement to step in the shoes of Cristiano. Not into the game, I mean, but like, you know, to step in just to for a fresh series, for a fresh game. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next matchup. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, as we are going to be getting into our game here. Thankfully, Cristiano, he's returned. So apparently it wasn't his internet that was disrupted, but his PC crashed. So his PC crashed. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But now it is back. Now he has returned, and we are jumping back into our game. Of course, we do have to take a moment here to resume from replay. And again, it is a pretty shaky game, to be honest. I currently do give the edge to ByuN. If you recall, Cristiano, he did lose a lot of workers throughout the course of this game. It was a bit of a shaky start. The DTs ideally wanted to get a little bit more damage. He failed to defend against the Liberator, and we've had a bit of a shaky lead up here into the mid game, but so far ByuN, I would say, is in the lead, but we'll see. There are definitely ways to recover from that. We do see Zealous are ready for a run by towards the left hand side. Likewise, we do see that Cristiano, he does have the faster third, and he will, I would imagine, be doing the best he can to delay the third base of ByuN, to contain him and to try to disrupt that economy. We'll see. We shall see as we are jumping into our game. Let's go. As ByuN is now landing his third, at the same time, we do have Cristiano moving out here or setting up back at home. Keeping up with the drops. Ooh,
game paused.
Looks like there is some latency. He made the lobby on Singapore. God damn it! Why are we on the Singapore server? Can he see this? Oh god. Hi. But we are not on the correct server. So I'm sure that isn't helping Cristiano when it comes to his connection. So might have to remake again. Unfortunately, I'm not a ref, so I can't speak to the players. I can't let them know. Hopefully they realize. Hopefully they realize we're not where we should be. Singapore is a fun place. It is a fun place, but it's not amazing to play StarCraft on, depending on depending on where we are. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to El Hermoso in the chat. Amiga, gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Hope you had a great time with the Enki Epic series. Oh my god. I mean, I hope you had a great time. I believe you were covering Shin versus Classic. Shin versus Classic. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos todos. Here we're covering OSC King of the Hill. King of the Hill. We're nearing the tail end of the broadcast. We're almost done. We're currently in match 12 of 15. 12 of 15. Show it to you soon. Gracias, gracias. Look forward to it. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it. But we do have some technical issues at the moment. Unfortunately. But should be resolved soon. Should be. I thought King of the Hill is an FFA map. Beast of the Hill is an FFA format. Yeah. But yeah, King of the Hill is a format where it's just purely best of ones. Actually, you know what? I can just show you. We haven't actually had a chance to go over the bracket yet, but I guess now is a good opportunity for it. If you're in the chat, exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Bam. Hold on, I'll try to set up. But here you can see our formats. You can see our matches already here in this King of the Hill style format. So we have our best of ones. Jumy had a crazy performance initially, taking the win over Hydra, over Demi, over Mino VK, over Moja. And if you remember, Jumy actually never lost the map. Jumy, he had to leave. Jumy, unfortunately, something came up and he was unavailable. So Jumy did end up forfeiting, or he stepped away. I did step away, and he was replaced by Sebestis and Shameless, where they did face off. And again, it's a best of one format, so we have our best of one. Winner stays on. I should have started with that actually, but winner stays on, and they are dubbed the King of the Hill. That is ByuN. ByuN is currently the King of the Hill, as he recently took down Percival, of course, and is up against Cristiano. Unfortunately, it looks like the latency issues are persisting though. So it looks like they are persisting, and it does look like. But it does look like because of that he's going to be forfeiting his match, and we will be replacing Cristiano with another player. Oh, un momento. Okay. We are going to be replacing. And we are jumping into our next game. So unfortunately, Cristiano, he was just having a lot of latency issues and he just couldn't quite connect. He couldn't quite compete. So he did end up giving up his spot here to another player, another contender, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the green Protoss player representing CSO Esports. It is UED Soldier. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open, and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our best of one. As a reminder, ByuN only still has one win under his belt. The match between himself and Cristiano was still very much so up in the air, could have gone either way, and again, this is more of a replacement match more so than a forfeit match or like a free win for ByuN. So to have UED Soldier stepping in. So he does step in to replace Cristiano in that 12th slot. Oh boy, okay. So UED Soldier, we'll see how he does approach this. He's also been dedicating a lot of time, a lot of effort into StarCraft, has been improving quite a bit over the past 6 months. But how does he compare to ByuN? For now, Gate Expand. Economic opener out of UED Soldier. Meanwhile, ByuN across map, double gas opener, faster factory, a much more aggressive start here by ByuN. I mean, I say a much more aggressive last game. ByuN did open up 2x Reaper, true. He did double down and go for a proxy. But here, this can turn into something even more aggressive in a sense. This can lead in towards 2-base play, into 2-base all-ins. So we'll see what kind of add-ons we go for and what kind of setup ByuN has. So I'll leave the comments in our YouTube chat as well, just so those can find the brackets. Likewise, we have a tech of choice. Twilight Council open out UED Soldier going into Blink. And ByuN is going for his 1-1-1. Reactor on the racks. No tech lab. Okay, no add-on. Spoke too soon. ByuN does second guess himself a little bit there. Does cancel the Widowmine and starts out the tech lab. He was waiting for me to say, like, oh, no tech labs. Then he starts a tech lab. I see. From here, you can go into a Cyclone or go for an add-on swap. There it is. Gonna be Cyclone. Cyclone is on the way, at least initially. Does thread in the push. Does thread in the dive. Yeah, now going for the add-on swap. Tech lab on the starport. And is going for not the Banshee, but the Raven follow-up. Okay. Raven is on the way just to keep up the harassment. Nothing too committed yet out of ByuN. Does have Reaper heading towards the main base. Likewise, Cyclone drop in towards the natural. It's up to UED Soldier to keep up. As he's throwing down extra. Oh my god, he's going into 4-gate Blink. Okay, it's been a while. But 4-gate Blink Stalker out of UED Soldier. Much more of a rarer build. As ByuN is deflected. But again, we have 1 gateway here at the natural. We have 3 in the main. So UED Soldier is going to be hyper aggressive. And behind this, how many tanks? And SimCity's not quite there. There it goes. He's walling up. He's walling up. There we go. Double bunker here on the low ground. ByuN, he does realize that he's in a bit of danger. The aggression is coming. Stalkers move out. ByuN is set up. And we'll see if UD Soldier can dive on the tank or even into the bunkers. Now does focus on 4 probes. Nice damage. 5 probes going down. 6 probes even. Jesus. 6 probes do fall. Meanwhile, the tank does not cover the low ground. Dives on the bunker. Yeah, first bunker goes down. Boys being pulled to repair. And it looks like they will barely repair in time. The bunker will stand strong. Ooh. Even catching one of those stalkers. Rotates into the main, going for... Oh god! Does a nice stim. But takes a lot of tank shots to the face. A whole lot of shots to the face. Still trying to trade. Takes down the depot. Diving the army. Gets one of the tanks. Some of the boys are being pulled. That second tank is getting so many volleys off though. Oh god, so many stalkers go down. Yeah, ByuN holds. ByuN holds. He shuts down the army, forces it out of the main. And UD Soldier, he's in a rough place. Behind this, probes are still going down as well. Brutal damage. Bearing in mind, 4-gate blink, there's no third. There's no third expansion. UD Soldier is basically a 2-base all in. And he's not getting enough damage. This is not good enough. He at least denied Stim, and Stim has yet to be rebuilt. Oh god, once again he dives in. Does 2-shot the tank. Oh, he pays the price. Leaves out so many stalkers. Time and time again. Down to 4. Sorry, down to 5. Pulls away. Tank gets replaced. And again, the one saving grace here is that there's no Stim. If Stim was done, I mean, it'd be crazy. It'd be over. These lads would be punished so hard. Stim has restarted. Now we see UD Soldier start the third, but this is a very late third base. There's a recall. Does pull away. And here comes the main push. And again, UD Soldier, he's just split out so many units throughout the course of this game. He doesn't really have much of a standing army. Back at home, he has 2 White Templar, he's got 4 Stalkers. You can see he's trying to catch some reinforcements. Let's step forward. Oh. So now Stim in. Again, that Storm just not finishing. Diving on the tanks. With the tanks, they punish so high. Yeah, they just punish. GG gets called. There's no breaking this. And ByuN, he will snowball out of control, take the win, and extend his lead. GG. GG, well played. That's going to be another win on the board here for ByuN, as he will remain the king of the hill. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the win. Again, just a really rough 4-gate there from UD Soldier. He was so committed, and it just was not worth it. Time and time again, he was punished for his blinks. He was punished for his dives, and we had ByuN overwhelming. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he will take the win. And up next, who do we have waiting for him? Oh boy. We do have, I believe, 3 series remaining here in tonight's broadcast. Yes, 3 matches. So 3 best of ones remaining. 3 players remaining, I should say. 3 challengers left Who haven't we seen yet? We haven't seen Geralt, for example. True, Geralt. We haven't seen some of the Zerg players like Young Yakov. Who else comes to mind? Baby Marine. True, Baby Marine would be another option. Fiant. True. Potentially Fiant. Who else? Who else will step up? Likewise, if need be, we can always revive some players. That's always an option. Like if we run out of challengers, if we run out of competitors, we could see a revive. We'll see. This is when Miyamaika comes out of left field. Ah, Gibbs the Miyamaika. Put me in, coach. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I mean, hey, if you're an OSC elite member, then you can sign up. Can sign up. Eddie might pick you. It's possible. It's possible. But I don't notice anyone in game yet, so it looks like we might need a moment here to pick our next challenger. Might need a moment. What am I looking at? Oh god. Oh, I do see someone coming online. Yo, is it time for the ByuN Slayer himself? Let's go. Is it time? It might be. It might be time here, as I do see a Terran player logging in to NA. Might be our next opponent. For those who recall, Nickrat, who was known as ByuN Slayer for quite some time, actually defeating ByuN consecutively in OSC King of the Hill a couple of years ago at this point, but he would be the one to bring ByuN down in these best of ones. And even this weekend, during Sparkling Tuna Cup, Nickrat also did force ByuN to the ace match as well. So Nickrat, he would be a worthy opponent for sure for ByuN, is one that can bring him down, assuming that Nickrat steps in. But he is definitely one of those regulars that we expect to be seeing here in OSC King of the Hill. We'll see, we'll see. For now, though, we might be going on a short break, just because we still have to figure out who is up next. So we're gonna... Oh, never mind. As we have our next opponent, so I got ahead of myself here, is gonna be a Terran player, but not the one that I assumed. Okay, up next is going to be not Nickrat, but is going to be a Milky Cow. Okay. Milky Cow, dubbed by Nickrat as the strongest Terran player in the CIS region. I think I might agree with that, to be honest. I think I might... Like, again, Nickrat has been looking very impressive as of late. He's also a lot more chaotic. He's a lot more aggressive. Milky Cow, I meant to say. He's been a lot more aggressive as of late. He's been a lot more intense, and... yeah, we'll see if he has something cheeky here in store for us in the TVT. Let's go. I believe he's on 3D Clan. Beautiful. And again, we are coming down to our last set of players. 3 challengers left. Oh, and for the first time tonight, I'm going to be loading into Tokamak. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Wrong map. Otherwise, of course, our next broadcast will be in, was it 24 hours? No, sorry, in 11 hours, in around 11 hours time. KSL is of course right around the corner. So we're going to be waking up in time for that over the weekend. I have to get ready for cheese as well. True, Cheeseadelphia also over the weekend. We'll be getting ready for that. Definitely excited. I did hear about a bunch of the NA players coming together. Oh, right. My apologies. How could I forget? We found this out a couple of hours ago when we were laddering, when we were streaming. But Geralt, right? There's a reason why Geralt isn't here. Geralt, he's not going to be playing in today's tournament because Geralt is traveling. He is traveling to the Americas to compete in Cheeseadelphia. Like, I had no idea. But yeah, he's going to be traveling. We found out because a couple of hours ago, I was streaming on my personal channel, and Dave showed up, Dave Testa, and apparently Dave, he's going to be casting at the event. He's going to be casting at Cheese, and he's actually going to be booking a hotel room with Geralt. Like, they're going to be saving costs. They're going to be sleeping together. It's like Mixu and Vindicta all over again. But yeah, Geralt, he's going to be traveling, which is really cool to hear. Really cool to hear. I know that he traveled to the UK for Epic LAN, and now traveling to the Americas for Cheeseadelphia as well. Crazy. So yes, Geralt, he's currently mid-flight, heading to the Americas. As we're now getting into our next game, into our next as the one and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Terran player representing 3D Clan, our new challenger. It is Milky Cow. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Aurelian. It is ByuN. We go. As we are opening up with low ground Raxes. CC first. Okay. Let him cook, Pappy, let him cook. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Oh, actually, I may have to set that up manually. My apologies. Yeah. There we go. Predictions are open. You can place your bets on who you think will take the series as we open up CC first into 2x Reaper from the side of Milky Cow. Okay. Interesting setup. And I mean, this is very Milky Cow, right? I mentioned this at the beginning of the series, how Milky Cow, I did mention that he has been more aggressive as of late and more unorthodox. And this is definitely counts as unorthodox. Oh, okay. With the initial CC first. Behind this, we have our Rack Expand standard opener out of ByuN, going for a single gas geyser. And the gases were delayed for Milky Cow, so he's not going Reaper, he's going Marine. So later gases here from the Terran. Milky Cow, he has zero scouting information, he has no idea what's going on. ByuN did scout the initial Raxes, that is true. That's all he saw. That's all he has seen. But yeah, really cool to hear that Geralt is going to be traveling. For sure. And we'll be wishing him the best at the main event. Of course, they're going to be a little bit biased as Dolan is going to be traveling as well as the first SCV does fall. Nice pick off there by ByuN. Takes down the SCV. Factory behind this. And looking for a way in. Looking and searching. Likewise, factory behind this. So slowing things down. I should also mention, welcome one to Tokamak. This is the first time we're going to be featuring Tokamak here tonight, but it is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, much more defensive, and we could end up seeing a bit of a longer game on this map as well. Milky Cow, he's not afraid to mech it up. So we'll see if he does throw down extra factories. Did open up 2 racks, that is true, he's making Marines, but we can still deviate away from ByuN. as tank production has begun for ByuN. Rax will float back. Getting ready for some add-ons. I'll be honest, I'm still not entirely convinced this is going to be ByuN from Milky Cow, but we'll see. I've been fooled before. Third CC. Third CC after the starport. Much more economic here from Milky Cow. I would say greedy. Back at home, ByuN, he doesn't get his own yet. No third command center going into tanks, is going into his own liberators instead. So much more aggressive here from ByuN. Does push in. Not quite within range of any production, but within range of the Cyclone. Tank volley goes off, dropping into the main, getting within range of the CC. And can he force a cancel? Oof, does get within range. Delays the command center, brutal pickoff. Oh god, and he has to pull the boys. Yeah, Milky Cow, he has to commit. Boys are being pulled, he has to save the base. And he will, but at what cost? Losing 8 SCVs. 9 even, oh god. 9 workers do fall, another tank has arrived, takes down the depot. ByuN, he doesn't back off. Behind this third CC on location. ByuN catching up. It's catching up, takes down the bunker. Now getting within range here of the racks. Oh, going, oh Jesus. For a moment, didn't quite go for the tank. Thinks about it. Gets behind the gas geyser. Once again, boys being pulled. And the boys are punished. Even punishing the tank. Oh god, and the tank goes down as well. Ay, ay, ay. And this might just be over before it really begins. Like, Milky Cow, he was still working towards his mid game, towards that third CC. But ByuN is here to knock him down. Oh my god, brutal tank shots. Takes down the tank. Takes down the Raven. Oh, GG gets called. Insane pickups, and ByuN, he will take down Milky Cow. He is still our king of the hill. GG. GG, well played again. ByuN popping off with a minimal amount of units. Again, it wasn't ever an overwhelming army. It was a tank, it was a handful of marines, but it was always just enough to break or to punish Milky Cow. As a reminder, Milky Cow was going for a greedy build. Remember, he went for a very fast third TC, and with that, he was punished for it. He wasn't quite able to get a read on the move out, on the drop, wasn't quite able to deny it, and yeah, again, that drop into the main base was brutal, losing so many SCVs. The tank surviving, pulling back, still pushing towards the natural as well. ByuN just had no chill. He had no chill. GG, well played. And with that, ByuN, he will claim the win. And now we have our next setup here. I did notice him logging in earlier, so I wasn't going crazy here. It is going to be the ByuN Slayer himself up next. We do have another TBT between ByuN and Nickeract. Let's go. Again, Nickeract here does have a history with ByuN. They do often go back and forth in these best of ones. And even, again, earlier this week, a couple of days ago, we had Nickeract forcing ByuN to the ace match. Did still go the way of ByuN, but it was very close. I still remember it was very close. It was almost 2-0 in favor of Nickeract. Nickeract was in a better position, and then it all just kind of fell apart. It slipped through his fingers. But he does have a chance here. As a reminder, though, this is the best of one. Best of one, only one game, anything can happen. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have our challenger, we have our would-be usurper. Ooh, we have our red Terran. For the Platinum Heroes, it is a Nickeract. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran with 3 wins under his belt. The current king of the hill for Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. So we are stepping in. And again, this is going to be the second last series of the broadcast. The second last best of one. We have one more after this. more to go. For now, double gas opener at a Nickrat going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, we have a Rax expand at a ByuN going for a single gas opener. So already our players are adjusting their openers, already they're adjusting their builds. Here we go. ByuN does move out. And again, is going for that faster command center. So ByuN is going for an economic opener, as he does open up with a single gas geyser. Nickrat going for something more tech heavy. Technically, with this, we can see a one base all in, but they should just be racks into factory into a CC. Into a delayed command center. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into early mine, we can go into early cyclone drop, early tank drop. We'll see where Nickrat takes us. This is CC on the low ground. Safety bunker for ByuN, playing it safe. Bunker's on the way. Ooh, and we are going Reactor Reaper Hellion. Okay, let's go. Now we'll see how many waves of Reaper and Hellion we actually invest into. This could just be triple Reaper, single Hellion. We can go up to 5 Reapers and up to 2, up to 3 Hellions. So we'll see how hard Nickrat does commit into this before switching out and before getting into Cyclones and Tech Labs and Starports. Starports on the way. See Reaper into Marine production into the initial tech lab for ByuN. That is the second Hellion popping out. And looks like we are stopping at 2. Okay, so it's going to be double Hellion at triple Reaper. We're not going up to 5 Reapers, we're not going up to a third Hellion. So this isn't too aggressive, it isn't too committed. Ideally though, you do want to get some damage with this. Ideally you want to rush past the bunker into the mineral line. Speaking of, does rush past. Reaper goes down. Oh, but he will lose the Hellion. Yeah, one Hellion does fall, but does get into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. He gets 1, 2, 3 SCV kills. Oh, barely 2. 2 SCVs. Nice target firing on the Hellion. Marines are cleaned up. Can we focus on another SCV? Oh, barely can. And with that, the trade does end. It's going to be 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions for 3 SCVs, 4 Marines, and a Reaper. It's an okay trade, but ideally he wanted more damage. He wanted more workers. Ideally he wanted more SCV kills. So let's say better defense here for ByuN. From here he does Mule. And we actually do see Nickrat doubling down, going for the tech lab, going for Cloak Banshee. Okay. So Cloak Banshee out of one Terran. Meanwhile we have Raven out of the other, which is more standard. Likewise, this time ByuN taking a page out of Milky Heart's book, going for a faster third CC. So ByuN is being greedy, and we'll see if he gets punished for it. As Nickrat is moving out. Investing into another Banshee. For the time being, it looks like we're about to have a scan. Gathering energy in the main, Banshee is revealed, there's a cloak, but now we have a scan available. Cyclone's moving in. I mean, there's a Raven regardless. Oh, lock-ons are brutal. And that Banshee goes down. That was not worth it for Nickrat. Ay, ay, ay. He was able to take down a handful of Marines. Not much more than that. Second Banshee's moving out. Behind this, third CC is on the way. It's almost done for ByuN, so ByuN does the economic lead. So far, ByuN is in a slightly better position. She is affected. the game is going to slow down. So slowing things down. Again, it comes down to who's going to be the first to establish that third base. ByuN should be the first to float over, as he is gaining map control. And ByuN, what does he have to work with? He has Interference Matrix, he has 2 Ravens, we have an equivalent tank count. Vikings in favor of ByuN. So ByuN is pushing. Now landing his own third. Nickracht is exposed. Again, I mean, these Ravens are just such a big threat to Nickracht. Got siege. Catching out the Marines, landing the Vikings. Here come the Disables, catching out every single tank. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Again, the Disables are brutal, and ByuN, he will claim the game and take another win. GG. GG, well played. Just a very rough start for Nickracht. It didn't really come down to this push. It came down to earlier than that, to before that, the Banshees. It was a big investment into Cloak Banshee. Remember, Nickracht, instead of going for his own Ravens, he chose to go into Cloak Banshee production instead, which has potential to do damage, but as we saw, did 0 damage. They didn't kill any SCVs. They were shut down by the Cyclones, and with that, Nickracht did fall behind. With that, ByuN was able to excel with his Ravens instead. Was able to break out. Even before that, had a better trade against the Reaper Hellion, and with that, GG, ByuN does take the win, and we are down to our final best of 1. There's one best of 1 remaining here, 1 series left, and I do notice someone logging in. Hold on. To have someone logging in here, and I believe we may have a Terran versus Zerg. Potentially. Here we go. As vetoes are underway. And ByuN is 1 game away from becoming this week's King of the Hill. Oh boy. Or this week's final King of the Hill, I should say. For those that are curious, the way that this format works is that whoever is the final King of the Hill of the tournament is going to be invited to be the starting player next week. This is a weekly tournament, of course. Every single week there is a King of the Hill. So we'll see who can make it. Here we go, and yep, there we go. Yeah, we did see him logging in. Up next, it is going to be a TVZ. I'm assuming Terran versus Zerg and not Terran versus Protoss. But up next, it is going to be a TVZ between ByuN and Eva. As we have our final challenger. Let's go. Another player from the Platinum Heroes. Another player here does step up. Does step in. Again, I'm assuming is going to be playing Zerg, but we'll find out. We'll find out. As they do need some time to set up their vetoes. And looks like, oh, we have our map. We have our final map here. It is going to be on Pylon. One of the smaller maps in the map pool. Now, what's exciting to me here as we step in... Oh, but god damn it! God damn it. You know, I was joking when I was like, yo, potentially it's gonna be a TVP. I was joking, man. I was joking. It's not Eva, it's P, my papi. Aye. It's the Polish Protoss player. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we do not have a Zerg player. He is going to be playing his main race instead. Again, taking cues from Clem, Bappy, and from Rainer. Is going to be playing as Protoss from the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. God damn it. I'm shaking my head, Bappy. Shaking my head. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, the current King of the Hill with 4 wins under his belt. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As Eba, he's going to be dipping into his Polish roots, the Polish Protoss posse. It's strong. And Geralt, he might be traveling to the US right now for Cheesedelphia, but Eba, he's here. He's here to represent Geralt. He's ready. Let's go. As for now, we have our double gas opener out of ByuN, and going for a faster factory, going for a more aggressive start. And we'll see how Eba performs here. Now, for those who are unaware, Eba, his Protoss is actually pretty good. There have actually been seasons where his Protoss is ranked higher than his Zerg. So he definitely is no slouch here when it comes to PvZ and PvT. Like, he can be quite terrifying in his own right. But I haven't seen his Protoss in quite some time, I'll be honest. It's been a couple of months. It's been a couple of months since I've seen his PvT, so I don't really know what to expect. We'll see. We'll find out. What does he have in store for us? Eba has been adopted by the Polish? Why isn't he pink? True. He needs to be pink or purple. True. Here we go. As the Reaper does dive in, is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Eba. He's going to open Twilight Council. And Reaper does pull back. This is when ByuN's like, wait, what? It's like, oh, okay, you're Protoss, baby. Oh my god. His opener was a TVP opener, so he knows. He's aware. He's locked in. Committing to the main. Going for the mineral line. He gets 1, he gets 2, gets up to... Can we get up to 3? Not quite. 2 probe kills, not bad. He does get up to 3. And he wants more. He wants more than that. Barely doesn't get a 4th probe. Shield Barrier does finish up just in time. And he holds. Okay, but he holds on. Back at home, Tech Lab is complete. It's going for the Cyclone initially. Going for the Medevac. And from here, we should be seeing extra Tech Labs into either Raven or Banshee. We'll see. Oh god, as ByuN is still not done, gets another probe. And gets another... Oh, really not? Okay. Really not, bleeds out a Hellion. Dives into the main. Let's pull away. So here comes that Tech Lab. So tank production has begun. Tech Lab on the starport. Reaper's going to be zoned away. It is going to be a blink-based opener here out of Eba. So far going 3-gate blink. Oh, but ByuN, he does drop into the main. He does reinforce. He's going for the sentry. Sentry is targeted. Going for the Stalkers are after. Zoning back the army. Going for the mineral line. Does head towards the main. But will be deflected. Whew, okay. So far, so good. Eba holds. He is holding on. Getting his 3rd base. Likewise, ByuN is of course building up his tank counts. Did not go Banshee, did go Raven. So we're a Raven follower. And for now, we're just calming down. We're just calming down. We're building back up. Eba, he's going on to Colossus, going into Storm. Charge and Storm on the horizon for Eba. His goal here should just be to contain. Does threaten the gases. Doesn't get much done. It gets an SCV. Nice blink control. Blinks away, gets an SCV. Storm is in production. And I was gonna say the Storm should be ready for the move outs, but ByuN is pushing very early here. Well, at least he tries to. Catching out the Stalkers. But again, this is a very ByuN move outs. ByuN, he's very fond of this kind of push. What's this kind of push? Pushing without Stim. As Stim, it only just began. Like, Stim is nowhere near finishing, but ByuN is moving out with tanks. Like, the real DPS, the real backbone of this army are going to be the tanks, not the Marines. And we'll see if he can get within range of any key structures. This is risky. But the tanks, they do siege up, yeah, within range of the gateways. And that's what he wants, the gateways here. Creeps off a Stalker, gets a couple of workers. Takes down one gateway, now going for the other. And anyway, he just wasn't able to slow this down. Again, welcome to Pylon. Rushes in the background is just so short on Pylon. Behind this, third TC is on the way for ByuN. Storm is complete. Force suspended Storm. Anyway, collapsing on the army. Does charge in. He will reset the tank count. Oh, but he will lose the High Templar. The High Templar does go down. Eva will clean this up. At the same time, the Raven is popping off. 9 probe kills. ByuN does pull away. Now, was this worth it for ByuN? Because, oh my god, as a matter of fact, barely gets away. But ByuN did lose 3 tanks, right? He lost 3 tanks. This also means that his mid-game push is going to be weaker because now he's down to 0 tanks and he's not going to replace them. So Eba, he can recover. I would say economically, ByuN is ahead. ByuN, he has an equivalent worker count and he has mules, and he's about to claim his 3rd. It's on Eba to recover. So he was going double forge. Double forge, double upgrades. See in chat, why pink? It's very common for a lot of the Polish Protoss players to either play pink or purple. You just commit to the alliteration. The pink Polish Protoss players, or purple. Like players like Geralt, Art, Christiana, Jumy, Rodzin. Pappy. Don't forget about Pappy. True. As the game is slowing down, Eba claiming his 4th, at least trying to. Here comes the move out, this time with Stim. I mean, technically true, Senju. Technically. It all makes sense now. It's all coming together. Now, when it comes to ByuN's move out, he does have 2 goes, he does have EMPs ready. Does scan, does pull the High Templar, he's coming in for the EMP. Up, does land. The EMP does land, 1 Storm connects. Just the 1. Meanwhile, High Templar, they do come in from behind. Oh my god, the flanking High Templar, very nicely done. Storms do connect. Eba, calm down. I was looking for them. I was like, I swear there was another High Templar. Came in from behind, caught ByuN with his pants down. Very nice moves here out of Eba, very nice. With that, Eba does take the fight. ByuN forced to back up. ByuN forced to retreat, the timing didn't really get much done. The noise, yeah, I do apologize. There was an audio issue on my end. You know, that was the storm, Pappy. That was that was the storm. But the audio should be okay now. Oh! This time EMPs do connect. Trying to collapse in. We do have some High Templar here in the back line, holding on to those storms. No major connections yet. At the same time, ByuN going for a split push. So we have an army on the right, army on the left. Once again, flanking storm's not as ideal, but Zealous, they do get on top of the Ghost. We get an okay pick up here from Eba. Eba pulling back. ByuN pushing forward. How quick does he react? Here come the EMPs. Oh, oh my god. Does land the EMPs. No Ghosts. Sorry, no Storms, I meant to say. Yeah, no Storms. Wasted energy overcharge as well. Oh, Eba, he is being broken. Zealous are going down. Better Storm on the left-hand side. Better engage here from Eba, but on the right, he will lose the mineral line. 8 probe kills. Colossus have arrived. Eba is holding on. And behind this Eba, he still maintains a decent economy. He's on 73 workers. He's on, what, 4 or 5 bases. Now he's got 2, soon to be 4 Colossus. Behind this, ByuN is taking. He's also taking up in towards that fusion core, in towards Liberators. But we're maxing out, so we're heading towards a longer and later game. ByuN is the first to max, and Eba, he's still trying to piece it all together. He's getting there. Every EMPs. Eba getting caught out. And needs time, he needs more time here, but another EMP lands. Storm mainly zones. No major connection. Oh, Ghosts are exposed. Better Storm. Better Storm out of Eba. Likewise, there's not really many Vikings. Anyway, he can take this fight. Takes on the final Viking. Army's overstimmed. More Vikings now coming in. Again, the Viking count's quite low here for ByuN, considering he's up against 4 Colossus. Soon to be 6? Oh my god, we're not stopping. Going up to 6 Colossus. Okay, sure, why not? Hero, is that you? Jesus. Unfortunately for Eba, the Viking count is building up. At this point, I would say that the Disruptors would be more useful, just because we're getting a mass amount of Vikings. Oh, catching at the Colossus. Trying to. That's EMP. And that's EMPs once again. Oh, the EMPs are brutal. EMPs do pop off. Colossus goes down. Yeah, Vikings, they bully back the Colossus. Did mention this is why Disruptors would be a little bit more useful here, as the Viking count is building up. EMP does not connect with the High Templar. Storms are coming in. A decent EMP. And no more storms. And no storms left over. Zealous a little bit too late. And ByuN is still maxed. ByuN is still maxed. Again, behind this, working towards Liberators. Eba trying to push forward. Once again, rotating over. Catching out the Colossus. Yeah, the Vikings, they just go to town here, getting 1, 2, 3 Colossus. Oof. Barely one survives. I spoke too soon. Oh, can he get it? He can. Takes down the final Colossus. Yeah, and Eva, you can see the supply just crumble here, just plummet, losing all 3 Colossus. High Templar as well. See in the chat, Land first all face Terran, several Ditto. I've only ever casted Several's Protoss, and his Zerg, of course. I don't think I've ever casted his Terran. Only his Protoss. But for those that are unaware, Iwe, he's been off racing as Protoss for a year? Maybe more than that? It's been a while. It's been a while. So now it's going to be forced back once again. Like at this point, like he just has no momentum here. The base is going to fall. Iwe trying to come in from behind. Attempted to sandwich the army, but there's just too much freedom, too much liberation. As we set up the zones, now there are less Vikings, true. Zelzak coming from behind, he got the storms, very nice around. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, the Medivacs, they were so low they go down to the storms, and anyway, he will clean this up. Oh, at least he will try to. And Liberators, they do punish the ground army. The base still did fall. It was a beautiful surround, but wasn't enough. Wasn't enough here. We send it, Pappy. Keep going. Keep going, Pappy. Let's go. That's still a lot of Liberators. Again, these Liberators, they are a problem. Anyway, he has to avoid them. He can try to hit that Northern Planetary. He's going for it. He just can't move into Liberators. Does get the expansion. Decent storm with the Colossus. They were exposed. Yeah, rough positioning there. One Colossus goes down. Oh, that's rough pathing. As the Colossus hopefully does get away. No, never mind, it gets spotted. Colossus is going to go down. Meanwhile, nice catch from the CC. Eva trying to rotate. Does try to. Ramiro pulls away, rotates over. ByuN trying to keep up. He needs this expansion. And he should save it. Yeah, he keeps up. Liberators have arrived. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have the bank to switch into Skytoss. Ideally, if you're curious about this kind of game state, ByuN is getting into his final form. Eva ideally would be working towards Tempest to help deal with these Liberators. Has to work with Stalkers instead. Oh god. Gets punished for it. Again, Eva, he doesn't have the bank for it. Not for a tech switch. Not for Skytoss. Now, it's still possible to work with a gateway army. You have to just outposition, blink forward, blink past, catch out the Liberators unsieged. It's possible. Speaking of, another Liberator's gonna go down. Just picking up one Liberator at a time. Oh, we'll bleed out a High Templar. Tells me one out. Decent storm. And we'll see if we can get another surround. It's happened twice now, where he has surrounded the army. He's got that Zerg in him back. So he wants to lure him in. Brutal snipe on the High Templar. Anybody can't quite sandwich. Oof. Leaves out a couple of Stalkers. Making all these Liberators did eat into the Viking count, so Colossus are a little bit more valuable here. The Vikings have replenished. Another Colossus goes down. No Storm. We're the High Templar. Where are the Storms? Only 2 High Templar left. And Vikings just bully back the army. And without Storms, even he cannot hold on. He cannot take this fight. He's being overwhelmed, being overrun. ByuN sims in. And he's done it. At this point, he has done it. Unfortunately, just no Storms left over. Storms, now they come in. But the damage has been done. Yeah, without the Storms, GG gets called. ByuN, he will overwhelm him. ByuN, he will take the series. He will take the game. And ByuN will be our final King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Does take the game, does take the series here. Again, ByuN, he will claim it. Eva, he was able to hold his own. He was able to have some very nice rounds. Again, there were like these 2 big fights. It was these 2 big moments where he was able to lure ByuN in and then come in from behind and took an incredible fight. I was very impressed, but it still wasn't quite enough. Unfortunately, Eva, he was losing bases, losing mineral lines, bleeding out a lot of Colossus as well. He just wasn't able to really maintain that momentum. GG. GG, well played. Did make a game out of it though. Did make a solid game out of it, and I can definitely see a world where Eba could have taken it as well. Oh no. Eba, he just messaged me. He's like, why did I lose 6 million probes to 2 Reapers? It was a brutal start, if you remember. It was brutal. GG. GG, well played. Oh, the probes back. Never seen him play Toss before. Yeah. Eba, he usually plays Protoss against other Zerg players to avoid ZVZ. It's kind of like Raynor, right? Like Raynor, he also plays Protoss to avoid ZVZ. It's similar to that. It's like Young Yakov. He's also played Protoss to avoid ZVZ. And has Wayne done it? No. I don't think I've seen Wayne play Protoss, but Young Yakov has, and of course Eba. And some other key players. But yeah, GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He's going to be our final King of the Hill here of the broadcast. Very well done, very well deserved, of course. Did have an intense back and forth between not just Eba, but even players like Nickrat, Milky Cow as well. Cristiano, unfortunately, we weren't able to feature Cristiano, unfortunately. But yeah, did play well in his own right as well. GG, well played. With that, we are now going to be catching up on the rest of the bracket and figuring out where we are and and what has happened so far. Let's catch up. Bam. Okay, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Whew, as it was a pretty intense broadcast here. Shout out to Jumy, by the way. Jumy, he was the reigning King of the Hill, and Jumy, he went on a tear, winning four games in a row at the start of the broadcast. Fun fact, technically, Jumy went undefeated. Jumy, he did not lose a game, actually. After defeating Hydra, Demi, Minovike, and Moja, he actually was unavailable. Jumy, he was unavailable, so he had to step away. So he was replaced by both Shameless and Sebestus. They faced off in a best of 1. So Jumy technically undefeated. GG with 4 wins. From there, Shameless, he went on a bit of a win streak, took down Sebestus, took down Art. Then we had Percival stepping in, and Percival had a crazy performance, taking down Shameless. Mixu, Creator as well, very strong performance there against Creator, took down Night Phoenix. And if you recall, ByuN versus Percival was very close. If you recall, I do recommend checking out the VODs. Percival was actually ahead against ByuN for like 75% of that game. He was ahead, he had a stronger position, he was ahead economically, ahead in army, he was doing more damage. If you remember, he cancelled the 4 CC of ByuN, was doing beautifully. And what happened? ByuN, he snuck out across the map with a double drop, and he got 35 SCV kills. Unironically, 35 SCVs were killed by 2 drops of Marines, or 1 double drop of Marines. It was brutal damage. Unfortunately, at the time, Percival, he was out on the map, right? His army was not at home. He was out on the map, he was doing a lot of damage, but he missed the drop, and that double drop won ByuN the game. it was a crazy comeback. So ByuN was able to pull off that comeback against Percival, take the win, and then he was able to take it from there. UD Soldier, Milky Cow, Nicaract, and Eba towards the end. There's also another game in between Percival and UD Soldier with Cristiano, but if you remember, Cristiano, he was having some technical issues and he wasn't able to compete. His PC was crashing. So he wasn't able to actually play out his game against ByuN. It was looking to be a banger, don't get me wrong, but wasn't able to play it out. But that did end up leading us here into the Eba series regardless here. So Eba versus ByuN towards the end, which was also quite close. GG well played. I was hoping to see maybe a little bit more Zerg representation with Eba, but nah, yeah, showed up instead. GG well played. And with that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here during our broadcast today. Again, we typically, it's been a while since we've casted OSC King of the Hill. I believe typically nowadays Steadfast does cover that, but I believe he was unavailable, so you're able to step in and fill in for Steadfast and cover the King of the Hill. GG well played. When it comes to the rest of our broadcasts, as you can see on our schedule, OSC was here Friday evening, and tomorrow Sunday midday at 12 p.m. KST, that's going to be 1 p.m. AEST, we have the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. We're going to be featuring that here on the channel. We have Duckling Open in the evening, and we have Cheeseadelphia at night at midnight, of course, on Sunday or Saturday. Let's go. So Cheeseadelphia is going to be this weekend. That's going to be a big offline event happening in the Americas. Likewise, if you recall, I'll say it again, Geralt was missing. Geralt, he was not here. Geralt, he's a regular in these tournaments, and he was missing because he is in the air. He's traveling mid-flight to the Americas. Geralt, the Polish Protoss player, he's going to be traveling, he's going to be competing at Cheeseadelphia. Likewise, other NA players going to be there, like Foxer, like Dolan. I'm sure Epic will be there. I know that Starkiller is going to be there, and many others, so do check it out. I think SC Historian, Dave Testa, Tempo is going to be there. So really cool to see a bigger turnout for Cheeseadelphia. I mean, again, you know, nowadays we don't really get many offline events, especially in the Americas or even in Europe. So really cool to see Cheeseadelphia stepping up and hosting their event and bringing everyone together. So if you happen to be local, if you happen to be in the area, if you happen to be in the Americas, then do consider traveling. I mean, that would be short notice, but if you're able to, then it'd be a great way to kind of meet up with other like-minded individuals, or other people that are passionate about StarCraft, that do love it, that do care for it, and yeah, that you can interact with as well. So with that, do take care. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. I'm going to go pass the hell out. Been a long day, Pappy, a long day. Aye. So, it's been a long day. But, yeah, hope you all enjoyed. Hope you all had a great time just catching up with the chat. Go. Isn't Eva like 1,000 MMR lower than ByuN? I don't think it's worth like talking about MMR at this level of play. I don't think there's much value in that. Like I don't know, like if you see like, I don't know, like classic takedown Cero, you're not like comparing MMRs to between the players. Like I know it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird thing to talk about or to try to analyze. Yeah, I agree with Easyville. Like for competitive purposes, like MMR doesn't mean anything. Just catching up. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. And again, we'll be back tomorrow for KSL. KSL is going to be in like 10 hours, I want to say. No. Yes. Yeah, in around 10 hours. 10 hours time. So, yeah, we'll see you in 10 hours for the KSL or tomorrow for SDO. Likewise, look forward to the Cheeseadelphia broadcast. We did put a lot of work into the overlays, and it's going to be a lot of fun, I'm sure. I need to go back and watch the Jumy destruction. He did quite well. He's an animal. Este Jumy, papi. Este Jumy. And if you want to support us, if you want to follow us, if you want to tune into some of these VODs, if you watch something here, if you see something here that you want to watch live and you cannot just because of time zones, then check us out over on YouTube, !socials in the chat, and you can follow us on our YouTube channel. We do upload on a daily basis. We also post on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, we have TikTok, we have Mastodon, we have Blue Sky, we have all things CranKy Ducklings, so do check us out there for our links for when we post. You can join us on Discord, we can interact outside of just the broadcast. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. As always, take care everyone, have a great rest of your day, and have a great weekend ahead of you as well. GG. GG, well played. We'll see you next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time.